Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale. VulcanTireandAuto.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At nextround.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At nextround.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
Stay up to date with the Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our not-for-all-ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Your 24-hour home for the show is our website, nextroundlive.com. Easy links to the day's top stories in the morning rounds, plus the latest videos from the show, podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, The Mystery Fifth Hour, Last Call, and other shows from our Double Down Media podcast family. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or find easy-to-listen-to hour-by-hour downloads from the Next Round Live show and get the latest gear in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
NFL playoff weekend ahead. We'll talk more about that coming up. Some major movements in the college football portal world, including maybe a couple interesting quarterbacks with 5 stars formerly by their name or currently by their name out there. I don't know if you're a place like Auburn or somewhere else that may still be looking for a quarterback battle, somebody to add to your room. Maybe a guy hit the portal yesterday. It could be interesting. We'll get into that as we get going today. Remember, 23% off through tomorrow, everything in our store as we celebrate 2023. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Rockstar Forrester Lunsford all here today. Tyler, the intern, who we don't like because he plays Madden cheaply. And then there's Taylor Korn out in the social media command center. That is.
Well, I just thought of this. What would y'all think of doing an uncensored podcast review of Madden?
I'm fine with it.
Just hearing you guys in the back office.
I got to wait 15 seconds. Are we 15 seconds in?
It has dominated the conversation in the office this morning. Because the game is unrealistic, and that's the problem. Is I think, I can't speak for Jim, I know for Lance and I, and Rockstar, you can get all smug about this. I
got my ass whooped yesterday.
Not by me,
left.
because you blocked two kicks, and that never happens in the NFL. And Tyler forces all these fumbles that never happen in the NFL.
Well,
it's
here's
really
the
ridiculous.
Thing. So over my last 2 games against Lunsford and Tyler, and again, if you guys would have played me back in the mid-'90s, I would smoke your ass.
Lance is a turnover machine. He's in the double digits.
No. He throws late deep a lot.
That's not true. That's not true. Says the guy that got whipped by Tyler as well.
I beat Tyler.
So anyway, my last 2 games, I've had 23 possessions, and I've turned it over 20 times.
Yeah, which never happened. That's what I'm saying. It's not realistic.
Those aren't good odds.
They're not. But
I mean, you could roll, I don't know, Louisiana Tech out there against the 49ers. They're not going to turn it over like that.
No, they're not going to score, but they're not going to turn it over that much. And now, I did ask this morning, how many corporations in America, Lance, do you think the entire workforce is arguing about a Madden tournament, which is what was happening this morning.
Yeah.
I mean, everybody that was here.
Well, leads their show with it.
Yeah, everybody that was here, except for Taylor, who's not in the league, that we were arguing about Madden.
I'm over it. Obviously, I mean, you guys should never lose. Like, for you to lose to any of us is ridiculous because you play it all the time.
I don't. I just told them earlier, not to go into a 5-minute rant on this, but I told them earlier that I haven't played it one time since we started playing up here because I get plenty of it up here. I don't go home and play it anymore.
Yeah, but you did play it at home and you used to read up on it. The same with you two. I mean, my God. Anyway, I'm over it.
Yeah. All right.
Leave the mic open shit to do.
Yeah. All right, as we start the show today, Alabama with a big win last night, number 4 in the country, 4-0 in the SEC with a win over Arkansas on the road. Before we get any of our reaction or stats or anything like that, imagine if you're Eric Musselman, and let's say Eric Musselman was in our Madden League and he didn't get what he wanted, and he ended up losing, by turning the ball over to Tyler or other people. Eric Musselman would probably sound like this after a Madden game with the next round when things weren't exactly – he doesn't say you should have played me in the 90s, but he was complaining about other stuff last night.
You know, I mean, it's a team that's playing with great confidence. They're 4th in the country. They won at Houston. I can't recall a home game that I've ever coached in that an opposing team had 36 free throws attempted. You know, I know they had talked about all of our free throws last year, and this year we're at home and it happened. So. And I don't know if I've seen a foul of 0.5 seconds either, but it is what it is. Alabama deserved to win. They went through that stretch that was way too much for us to overcome based on our lack of shooting and our lack of stretching the floor out. So you add those factors in, and you're not going to win many basketball games. And it's hard to win right now when you're not making threes, which, you know, I don't know if we will. And then our free throw percentage has got to improve as well.
Yeah, but okay, they're not a great shooting team. Bruce Pearl exposed them, and Alabama carried that to a different level last night on the road on their home floor.
but you don't bring up free throw shooting unless you think you got jobbed at home a little bit.
That's a way of criticizing officiating without getting the foul.
I mean, 36 is a lot on the road.
It is. And listen, the foul with 0.5 was a foul, but there was also 0.5 seconds to go. I mean, it was 100% a foul.
You know, 36 free throws, but still Bama missed 11 of those free throws, and you still lost the game by 15 points.
No, they missed a lot in the first half, and I tweeted at halftime I was concerned. You know, that could be what cost them that game is they were missing a lot of the freebies at the free throw line. They had a great moment great run in the second half that separated them there. But there's a coach that's frustrated in Musselman with a team that is supposed to have 2 first-round top 20 NBA draft picks on it. One of them is a no-show right now.
That's right. He's not playing. He's sitting in the stands. And they showed him.
So his best player, maybe the best player supposedly in college basketball, is a no-show for him. Then that'll frustrate you as a coach, right? Especially if you think he is somewhat not as injured as he seems to be, because there is some debate there on just how hurt is he.
Well, it kind of reminds me of Michael Porter with Missouri. You guys remember we waited, and he never showed up. And I'll tell you what won't help is Arkansas losing games to start 1-3 in conference.
Yeah, I mean, that shows you how tough this conference is. They've had to go to Auburn, and they've had to play Alabama. I mean, Auburn and Alabama and Tennessee right now look like the 3 best teams in the conference. So they've got all that. But that was belly aching and crying. You got beat by a better team. Alabama is the better team than Arkansas.
And they do play a pace of play, and driving to the rim, they're going to get a lot of fouls on a given night. That's why Alabama has to be a good free throw shooting team, because they're either shooting threes or driving to the basket, and you're either going to get fouled or usually make a bucket. And so I mean, did the officiating call a lot of fouls last night? They sure did. I mean, even if you look, you think Nate Oates would like to have Bediako play a lot more in the second half?
Yeah. Well, I'm just learning. Yeah, I mean, Bediako was playing with 4 fouls. I think he got his 4th foul at the 17:30 mark or something like that.
Javon Quinterly played with 3 fouls.
Yeah, I just, I guess I watch games differently than a lot of people. I'll accept that. Like, we got people bitching about Jimmy Dykes. He was too pro-Arkansas. He shut up during Alabama's 9-point run that closed out the game. And I didn't notice that.
Well, he wasn't even supposed to be on the call last night.
I know. A guy was doing a solid for ESPN.
He landed and drove to the arena.
I don't notice that. I don't watch many games. I mean, I can't tell you how many games I've ever watched where I thought, boy, the officials are out to get Team X or Team Y.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe I just watch it differently. Yeah. So I don't get that stuff, but I understand that Musselman's emotional after a loss. This Arkansas team was supposed to be what Alabama and Tennessee are right now, and they're not. They're 1-3 in the conference. I guarantee you Musselman never once considered they'd be 1-3 in the conference.
I mean, they were Elite 8 last year.
That's right, yeah.
And coming in, they were my pick to win the league coming in, because I thought Nick Smith would be there by now, and they are not there. But on the flip side of that, there is something to be said about this Alabama team's DNA, Lance, where you're not having – I mean, this was not Alabama's A-plus game. This was not their A game. They were struggling in parts of their game last night, and Brandon Miller doesn't even take a shot in the first half.
Yeah, and they brought that up. I think it was Seth Greenberg at halftime said, like, Brandon Miller, as good as this kid is, he is a non-factor. He has done absolutely nothing. Well, you can't really do anything if you don't take a shot. But in the second half, Brandon Miller was the Brandon Miller that we all have grown to know over the last month.
And the only 2 threes he took all night were just absolute daggers in Arkansas's heart. Coming out of that timeout, Bama had pushed it to 12. Arkansas goes on a run, cuts it back to 2. Oates calls a timeout. And I don't know what he did in that timeout, but if you could bottle that up, because Alabama, and this is what I take away from this game. One takeaway for me from this game. Alabama has got a team that's got a killer instinct. And I don't know how much you can coach that. I think a lot of that has to be deep inside your players. But Nate Oates called that timeout. I don't have it in front of me. It was about 3.5 to go or something like that. Nate Oates called that timeout, and that team was a different team after that timeout.
So they win it last night 84-69, and Alabama's 4-0 in the SEC with that win on the road at Arkansas. And that's just not an easy place for anyone to win. Alabama hadn't done it since 2012. Here is Nate Oates after the contest.
Tough road one. Our guys showed that they've got some toughness, some character, some grit, can handle some runs and still stay in there. I mean, after we beat Houston at Houston, I think our guys had some confidence that we could win anywhere. So think we snapped a 17-game home winning streak. I think they've been 30 years since they lost to a ranked team as a ranked team. So there's a lot of things that hadn't been done in this building for a while that, our guys did well. We've got a talented group. They did a really good job on Brandon Miller for most of the game, and then he shook loose right at the right time. Couldn't be more proud of our guys. Continue to get better every game. We just got to keep getting a little bit better every game and staying in this hunt for the SEC championship.
4 games into an 18-game scheduled hunt for an SEC championship, that's obviously where Alabama is. But they're 5-2 now against top 25 teams. That's an impressive mark. Some of those wins, you see the celebration in the locker room. Some of those wins may not look as good now because North Carolina is not, with Baycott's in and out injury, is not the same. North Carolina as they were at the end of last year, but 5-2 against the top 25 at this point is an impressive mark.
Well, and also these road wins. Nate Oates, we played the sound yesterday. We was talking about the win at number 1 Houston. Then you go to number 15 Arkansas. Not only do you win the game, you end up winning the game going away. Nate Oates last night, the first time I've seen him throw his water.
Boy, he got pissed, didn't he?
Yeah. He did.
He got pissed and slammed that bottle of water down. And,
again, you like your team being fiery. I'll say this. I've looked at the schedule. They're going to be favored. There's a possibility, depending on how Missouri plays.
They got drilled last time
A&M. I had A&M. But I think they're going to be favored in their next 8 games.
To your point, with those numbers you just gave, what were the numbers against the top 25?
5-2 versus the top 25.
As Michael Casagrande, the Big House, points out today at AL.com, net number 6. You don't necessarily buy into the net.
Well, the committee does. Yes.
I know. Ken Palm, number 5. ESPN BPI, number 4. So those kinds of numbers lead to that. I think Alabama right now, and there is a long way to go, is firmly in the conversation for a number 1 seed.
Oh, yeah.
Number 3 overall, according to Lenardi yesterday when it came out, Alabama, number 1 seed there. But it's just it's a team that has a different feel to it because of how well they play together. So far, not a lot of me. And they play so many bodies. When you got JQ getting the limited minutes he has behind Mark Sears, who we haven't mentioned yet, who had a tremendous game last night, 26 points in 38 minutes. It was a really impressive game from that guard.
About last year this time, I said that I felt like the most valuable piece of Auburn's team when they were looking this good was Walker Kessler. Jabari Smith was the best player. Brandon Miller's the best player. Mark Sears might be the most important piece. The way he plays at 100 miles an hour, the way he defends, too.
10 of 10 from the stripe, too. Yeah. That's a guy, obviously a point guard's going to get fouled a lot late, and there he is, 10 of 10.
And you never know what you're going to get when you go out and you get a veteran transfer, and then you get a 5-star, and you put all these guys together, and you get a guy like Quinterly that you mentioned that could start for, 200 or 300 plus teams probably in college basketball, and that guy is –
he played 11 minutes last night.
He's okay with that, though.
I know.
Yeah, 11 minutes, and if they can keep that attitude, that's really good. I will open the door that Mark Sears is the most important player other than Brandon Miller, or he may be the most important player. I have been saying all year long it was Noah Clowney, and Clowney still is really good. What he does around the rim defensively, and he can go out and shoot a 3 at that height. He had 15 last night. Clowney to me is a big part. So you can get,
Brandon Miller most talented, then probably Clowney.
Yeah,
but I'm just saying maybe the most important piece because we know how important guard play is. Sears is really, really good. And we talked about this a little bit on Bama and Bourbon yesterday.
Lamb Believer in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room says Brandon Miller is your SEC Player of the Year. He calls him a runaway. I think Mark Sears might be second, he says. You could have an SEC Player of the Year that is, and this is kind of what you're saying about Jabari Smith, who probably should have been the SEC Player of the Year last year in hindsight, but Walker Kessler might have been your most valuable player. Player of the Year, most valuable player. The key is when you got 2 of those. When you got a guy you can make that discussion about, or 2 guys you can make that discussion about, and you're obviously got to have a really good team.
And you're not bringing in my guy, Clowney, and then Bediako's improvement.
No doubt.
And then when you throw in some of the guys you just get some minutes from that are so talented. It's a special team right now.
Royal Payne asked on Twitter, a couple things from Twitter. He says Lance was the total 153 last night, which made that last foul even more interesting. I don't know what the total was. Do you remember?
I didn't.
We can
it was
look
right
it
around
up.
it.
We can look it up. Scores.
I didn't touch that game last night. I thought it was going to be a really difficult game.
I'll go back and look at that. And Keith points out team fouls were 23-22. So you can bitch all you want about the free throws.
Right.
But, the fouls would tell you it was called pretty close.
Our friends at Dobell, the next round brought to you by our friends Maestro Dobell Diamante Tequila, reminding you this year that the world's first clear multi-age tequila is ready to help you celebrate all the good stuff in 2023. Dobell Diamante, the blend of the extra añejo, and the reposado tequilas, aged in a new European barrel and double filtered to remove color, while producing a crystal clear spirit of character and goodness and smoothness. Crystal and clear in appearance, smooth and crisp on the finishes. Maestro Dobell, the perfect tequila for sipping and mixing. Get it wherever you get your tequilas. Ask for it by name, Maestro Dobell Diamante Tequila. Brown.
153.5 was your total last night. So, yeah, that last foul was interesting to some. There's no doubt.
Yeah, it was only called at 0.5.
I don't think I've ever seen that in a dribble out situation.
No,
maybe a guy go to the basket.
Yeah, but that guy walked over and fouled him because I don't want to call smart ass there, but those two, that guy and a couple of Bama players have been going back and forth talking all night long, and it was a little hit right,
chippy,
a little hit as you head to the bench and head to your locker room.
Yeah, he thought he was going to foul him and walk away, right? And the ref whistled it.
The frustrating thing for me and Rocky is we were waiting at Odie's to start trivia, and we couldn't start until that game was over because so many people were involved in that game. And so we continued to do announcements at timeouts. Hey, we will start right after the Alabama-Arkansas game. Foul.
Well, I thought
official review.
Well, I thought it ended like at 8:20, right?
Well, I don't know. Why did it go so long? Because Texas and TCU started on the app or whatever.
Yeah. Typically, basketball, outside of overtime games, they're really good with a 2-hour window.
A lot of fouls.
Yeah, and Arkansas didn't really extend that game much.
They did not.
That was a 13-point game with a minute and a half to go.
Okay, UAB on the other side. We'll jump into the UAB Blazers after LT tells us about Odie's, where they were last night, waiting for the Bama game to end and jump in trivia.
What came first, Mellow Yellow or Kim Kardashian?
Mellow Yellow.
Mellow Yellow.
That's a blowout.
Mellow Yellow was a great, one of the iconic early 80s race cars. I'm going to go Mellow Yellow.
Yeah, Mellow Yellow easy.
Blowout,
yeah.
Mellow Yellow 1979, Kim Kardashian 1980. You guys get it? I don't think it was a
full year.
Almost 12 months.
I don't think it was a blowout, but you guys were both correct. These are the little things you learn at Odie's Team Trivia. We do it every single Wednesday night. Tell your friends, come out, see us. But Odie's just a great place to go any day for lunch or dinner. Roddy Davis serving up incredible food for more than 3 decades. The delicious burgers, wings, incredible sandwiches, including the South of the Border roll-up, that Diablo sandwich, ice-cold beer buckets, full of the Bud Light. Get in, see Will Haver and that great staff. It's a Birmingham institution, Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
UAB, and I think this is the first time in Andy's time as UAB's head coach, a 3-game losing skid. As they drop another close one to Western Kentucky, 80-78 last night. So these have all been close losses. But as Andy was on the show yesterday, and you can go back and watch and listen to our conversation with Andy on all of our platforms there, he talked about the defense. And they have now, in all 5 of their losses, they have given up 80 or more points in those 5 losses. That is the problem. Andy's point, they're scoring. They're not stopping anybody when they lose games now.
Yeah, after winning 11 of 12, and I asked Andy point blank this question yesterday. Jonell Davis, 36 for Florida Atlantic, doubling his high. Denver Jones goes 29 on Florida International, or for Florida International. And I asked him, do you have that defensive stopper? And he doesn't believe they've got that guy right now. And last night, Davion McKnight goes for 27. So you've got individuals that are lighting UAB up. And now UAB losing 3 consecutive games. Western Kentucky shot 53%. They're not playing good defense.
Not playing good defense, and it does skid, in my hope of UAB only losing 1 conference game. I was going to, if I only missed that by 1, now they've lost 3. And, my thought of them running through the league with only 1 loss.
We all have a swing and a miss sometimes.
And Andy, however, your Alabama and Auburn predictions, you're now a game behind on Alabama.
Yeah, exactly.
And Andy,
I apologize to Alabama fans if you finish better than 15-3.
And Andy, he accepted it on the show the other day that the idea of any sort of, non-tournament getting you in the NCAA tournament, any automatic bid's over. or non-automatic bid. Any at-large bid is over.
Right, so it's
I mean,
about the tournament
that ship
now.
has sailed. So now it is all about the tournament, but they got to get some stuff straightened out.
Yeah. All right. Speaking of getting things straightened out, Auburn, after their loss to Georgia, have now gone on the road to beat Ole Miss after beating Arkansas, nationally ranked Arkansas at home in their best performance of the year. Bruce Pearl scheduled to be with us in the next segment. So we'll talk to the Auburn head coach coming up. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill Services. Running right, flowing right, draining right. Hemp Hill are the folks to do it. There is some weather in the area, but our friends at Hemp Hill want to remind you they are ready to help you with any of your plumbing and cooling and heating needs.
Yeah, and Hemp Hill's got a great thing going on right now. For the month of January, get 10% off any plumbing or HVAC service. Call our friends at Hemp Hill Services. Just mention you heard it right here on the next round. Adam, Chad, the guys at Hemp Hill Services, they want to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services, locally owned and operated, independent train dealer. The team can service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
This hour is brought to you by Culver's. Cake cone, waffle cone, or dish, you can't go wrong with the flavor of the day. Join My Culver's at culvers.com to receive a flavor of the day forecast delivered right to your inbox. That's Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
There are so many things I love about walk-ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got two great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 in Hoover with walk-ons. Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing, locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531 or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City. Hey guys, tackling that WD has never been easier, and you can handle it discreetly in the Next Round store. I'm Jim Dunaway here to help you with wardrobe dysfunction.
Ooh, I like that hat.
We have new items to excite you daily. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. Hats, long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, and so much more. Get the gear that we wear and say goodbye to WD forever. Wardrobe dysfunction can be a bad memory. Nextround.store. Nextround.store. It is the season of speed event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, and there is no better time to buy or lease a 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI or Veloce model. Now through the end of the year, get 0% financing for 48 months or 1.9% financing for 72 months. Go by and see the great selection and take advantage of the low interest rates while you still can. It's the season of speed event. 48 months, 0% financing. Get into the best car I've ever driven at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Bruce Pearl scheduled to be with us in this segment. Tom Luginbill at 11 Central. Riley Norris, former Alabama star, joins us at 12 noon today, Central Time. All that in our Michelson Look Ahead, brought to you by our friends at Michelson Laser Vision.
Yeah, find out if 2023 is the year for LASIK for you. If you wear the contacts or the glasses, you're wasting money each and every year. Now is the time to call 969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the next round sent you. You've got nothing to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. They will hook you up with an absolutely free consultation. Again, nothing to lose. I went in over 2 decades ago. I had the 20/200 vision. I was legally blind without the aid of contacts. I still have 20/15 vision. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, 969-8100, or for more information, michelsonlaservision.com.
All right, Greg in Pell City, while we wait on Bruce Pearl here. Greg, how you doing this morning, buddy?
Hey, I'm doing great. I want to be careful, jumping, being a knee-jerk reaction with this Alabama team. We've done it in the past before, early on in the season. But watching this game last night, one thing that is so much different with this team than like last year's and some of the teams here recently was, for example, I went to the Davison game last year, and Davison was that's the ones that played in Birmingham, right?
Yeah,
that's right.
It was
yes.
its legacy. I was at that game too, and it was a late scheduled game, which was late for both teams, obviously. Yes.
Well, they reminded me, and I guess I shouldn't compare the two, but Arkansas had a lot of pick and rolls with big men. I was impressed with Arkansas. I was like, and they were doing a lot of stuff that Davison did, and Bama would almost give up. When you're watching it live, and I don't know if you guys were at that game, it just looked, our defense was terrible. Man, it is suffocating this year. It's almost exhausting to watch because if you think about it, last night there was a couple little pick and goes or rolls that where Arkansas had wide open layups, but very few. I can only think of a couple. Bama was in their face. The defense is what's different about this team. In years past, if they're hitting their threes, we're good. If we don't, we're not. But this team, that's a whole different feel to it. I don't know how you felt about it last night.
Yeah, but no, I think this team has more tools in its chest. Not only is it good defensively, but also I think they can hit 5-foot jumpers and 10-foot jumpers. They're just a better all-around shooting team. But a good observation there, Greg. Thank you, man. I appreciate the phone call there. You can be part of the show later on. We'll get back to you at 205-734-0923. Apologize to those that are hold, but 205-734-0923. Bruce Pearl in just a second as we get ready to talk some more Auburn basketball. Our friends at Ghost Energy want to remind you that Ghost Energy is there for you at your local convenience store or wherever you buy your energy drinks every morning to get you going. Maybe you need that little sugar-free jump start in the day. Perfectly produced by Ghost Energy. You know them from gym workouts and some weight training. They're also in the energy drink business. You can't beat them. Right there. It's our friends at Ghost. Look for that logo wherever you are. Also last night in basketball, UConn on a little bit of a skid too. Number 6 in the country. Marquette gets them last night. That was a good game. Texas, right after the Bama game, if you stayed and watched that, good game there. They get a win now with Chris Beard officially fired. Their interim coach who takes over, they beat number 17 TCU 79-75.
Oh, and that was a fun game to watch, too, right after the Bama-Arkansas game. What, an 18-point comeback? Is that right?
They were getting
first,
smoked.
I think first in school history or something.
Smoked in the first half, and you started to think, man, this Texas team, and now they're sitting at 14-2, so it's not that big of a deal. But, they were down 18.
Yep, and then Xavier and Creighton in a good basketball game last night, 90-87. You wonder if, that's a conference game, but Creighton scheduled a lot over their head early on pre-conference, and that's a good basketball team that's stacked up some losses there. So Joe Lunardi yesterday in his bracketology had Alabama, Auburn, Arkansas, Mississippi State, Missouri, and Tennessee, not in that order, that's alphabetical, 6 SEC teams in the NCAA tournament. You notice the team he didn't have there. Kentucky, not in the tournament.
I don't think Kentucky's a tournament team.
Can't do it today.
Especially right now. But back to the Big East, they're going to have 4 teams that are going to be high seeds.
Yeah, not just in high seeds. And going into yesterday's action, I have not checked today, but going into yesterday's action, the Big 12, every team in the Big 12 was in the top 41 of KenPom. Going into yesterday's action.
Every single one.
Every single one.
10 teams.
Yeah.
But still, that's pretty dang impressive right there.
Oh, man, that's interesting.
Yeah. Obviously, it can't hold up because you keep playing each other.
That's right.
But there was debate earlier this week from my friends at the Field of 68 podcast. Is it potentially possible for the Big 12 to get every team into the tournament?
No.
They can't.
I mean, think about right now. You've got
That'd be 1/6 of the tournament.
You've got a 9-7 Oklahoma State team that is 1-3 in conference. You've got a 10-6 Texas Tech team that is 0-4 in conference. You've got a 10-6 West Virginia team that is 0-4 in conference.
That is right. But you go back and you look at what those teams did out of conference before they got there, and some of the wins they got, and some of their resumes stack up pretty good compared to other tournament teams.
I will say they don't get more than 6 in.
No more than 6. Ooh, that's a tempting bet.
So, all right, let's just reset this. So they've got 10 right now.
Going into yesterday's action.
I've got the updated Ken Palm. Do you remember who the lowest one was?
I don't, but it would be one of the offers.
Yeah. I mean, I can't find one outside the top 40 right now.
I mean, I do think 6 are solidly in. So as I say that, there could be a 7th that slips in. I feel really good that 6 are in.
Yeah, I mean, I would take to get more than 6 in for a stake. I would do that. I would take the 7th Big 12 team or the 8th Big 12 team.
So right now,
if you'll do 8, I'll do it.
No, I'm not doing the 8.
Right now, you got Kansas, Texas. I'm just going to give you the top 40. Kansas, Texas, Iowa State, Baylor, Kansas State, West Virginia, Oklahoma, Oklahoma State, TCU, and somebody slipped out because you only got 9 in the top 40. Yeah, Texas Tech must have slipped out. So that's who you're picking from there, Dunaway. If you want to do this,
no. I was making a point what they were talking about with our buddy Jeff Goodman and the folks at the Field of 68.
Texas Tech is down to 60, so they're the ones that you would eliminate from that.
Right, but that's a deep league too, much like the SEC is this year.
Yeah, absolutely. Our friend Coach Bruce Pearl is with us, the Auburn Tigers basketball coach. His team coming off a road win at Ole Miss. He's with us now on the next round. Welcome in, Coach. How are you today?
We're doing great, guys. How are y'all this morning?
Doing awesome. We've got another tornado warning in the area. It seems like when Coach is on with us, we have bad weather. I don't know why that is. We were just discussing the Big 12 has got 9 of their 10 teams in the top 40 of the Ken Palm. It's got to feel that way in the SEC too. I mean, it's like every time you turn around, it's another Ken Palm top 40 team you're playing.
Well, the good news is it gives you a chance to get healthy. If you're not, the bad news is it gives you a chance to get sick every night because, there's so many good teams. To me, guys, it looks like Alabama, Tennessee have separated themselves, from the field in our league. Last night Alabama played just unbelievable at Arkansas, given the environment and everything. And then Nate Oates takes a timeout with a 1-point lead with about 5 minutes to go and dials up 3 threes in a row and just a great road. That's the bet, great road win. But it's very competitive every night. And, I would hope that our league got a chance to get 6, maybe 7 teams when it's all said and done in the NCAA tournament.
Coach, if you watch the game Monday night, the national championship, you probably wouldn't think this. But TCU playing for a national championship shows you that we're getting more and more parity in college football. You guys have had parity for a while, but does it continue to grow in your sport?
Well, I think it does. I think it's grown in our sport. I think it's grown in the league. I think the transfer portal has had a lot to do with the fact that teams can get healthy fast. Last year when we were the best team in the country for about a month, we had 4 kids out of the transfer portal. Wendell Green from Eastern Kentucky, Walker Kessler from North Carolina, Zeb Jasper from the College of Charleston, and Katie Johnson from Georgia. And those kids came in immediately and all made a huge impact. Now this year, I only have 1 transfer and 3 freshmen, and the 1 transfer, Janai Broom, is having a great year for us. So those kids that are a little older, a little bit of hair in their butt, can make a really big difference.
Yeah, big. Now I think like 4 straight double-doubles for Janai there. Wendell Green the last 2 games has been so dynamic for you guys, especially offensively, but he seems to do it at both ends of the floor. What has made Wendell's game go up to that 5th gear, that next level, the last 2 games that maybe wasn't there, maybe the first 2 conference games?
Well, I think particularly, our loss at Georgia. We just weren't as excited about playing as we needed to be. And I know it sounds crazy to our fans, but man, believe it or not, it's hard to get the kids fired up every single game. And I'm not saying that was it. Georgia played well. Georgia is undefeated at home. Wendell has to play with an edge. You know, he's got to continue to prove that he's the best point guard out there on the floor every night. And you know, I think we're so lucky again here in the state when you look at Sears and Quinterly, what an edge those guys play with. Wendell Green plays with the same edge, and he is a vital, important player for us. And you're right, he does it at both ends. And when you're 5'10" or 5'11" in a game, where size matters, you've got to be special. And Wendell Green is special, and he's shown it the last couple of games, and that's why we've been victorious.
Yeah, and I wanted to ask you, and this is not a knock on Ole Miss because it's a midweek game in their program, but you guys create such an atmosphere at Auburn Arena. And you go into Ole Miss the other night, and I thought you guys did a great job for 40 minutes of bringing your own energy and your own enthusiasm. Would you talk about sometimes that playing on the road in some places, some like Arkansas, their crowd's on you and it's juice and there's electricity, but some places you got to create that yourself. That can be almost equally as difficult, right?
Well, I'd rather play where we got to worry about getting our own energy than playing at a place like Arkansas where you can't even hear yourself think, right? And so the home court advantage definitely matters. And, Ole Miss, like you said, it's a during the week game. They're not off to a great start in league play. And, it's really unfortunate, not in this sense. So Ole Miss starts with Tennessee at home. Then they've got to go to Alabama. And then they got to go to Mississippi State. And then we come in. I mean, that's a murderous row. Yeah. And so, unfortunately for them, they don't take advantage of any of them. Now they're 0-4. People don't think they're any good, when the reality is they went into the league and, with the exception of one upset or here or there, they actually had a pretty good, non-conference schedule. Look, almost everybody's got problems. We've all got issues. We've all got things that we know we don't do very well. For us right now, it's a little bit of our perimeter shooting. The last two games, we seem to have solved the turnover problem that we've had. We're guarding pretty well, but I think it's a long year. And with teams that'll continue to grind and chop wood and get better are the ones that are going to be standing at the end.
Alan Flanagan 2 seasons ago, before the injury, you could see the potential. And it looks like the speed, the athleticism, everything is slowly coming back.
All you could do is every day try to do the things that God might bless. And Al's been doing that this year. It's just that he hasn't received any blessing until the last couple games. So he's been doing all the right things, practicing the right way, training the right way, mentally fighting off the demons. And honestly, it's so great to see him get rewarded. He's been our leading defensive rebounder. He's not turned the ball over. He's shooting good percentage. He's not trying to, I think part of it is not trying to get too deep. So one of the things that happens in our league, especially, there's so much size, athleticism, so much contact that sometimes the closer you get to the basket, the better you don't look. And so you've got to be able to take open ones, clean ones. And that's what Al's starting to be aggressive to do. And as a result, cut down his turnovers and begun to be a factor physically with his defense and his rebound.
7:30 Saturday night, Auburn Arena, Mississippi State, Auburn. Sellout as always. Get tickets on the secondary market or watch it on the SEC Network at 7:30. Coach, we appreciate the time. Always great talking with you.
Always great to talk to you guys, too. Thanks. War Eagle.
All right, take care. That is Coach Bruce Pearl with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
It's got to be good as a coach to hear sellout as always. Sellout as always.
I mean, that's every game there. They're going to pack that joint in, and especially when you get to conference play.
Forrester, I don't know if you were keeping a running count there. Give me Forrester's microphone. I have it at 3 compliments for Alabama from Bruce in that interview. I had it at 3. 2 of Nate, play design, where he's got his guys playing, the 1 for the guards. Felt a little bit like the fattening up of the cow there a little bit.
Maybe.
You know what I mean?
Is that what Scott reads into it?
I said that Alabama's going to be favored in their next 8 games. The game I've got them not favored at is when they go to Auburn.
Yeah, down to Neville Arena. But did you sense that? You sense that, Forrester? There was a little fattening of the cow there?
He was very complimentary of Nate. And, who knows what his motives are there.
I think he is pretty transparent, though. And look, he said that Alabama and Tennessee have separated themselves from this conference right now, and I think everybody would agree with that.
Yeah, we've never had him on, though. if Alabama is deserving of a compliment, he doesn't go out of his way to do
100%.
it. And
I'm
if you want, I know you are. And if you want Nate Oates and Bruce Pearl to hate one another because they're Auburn and Alabama's coach, you're not going to get that. Now, look, they'll get fiery, but I've seen those two guys together, and I think there's a mutual respect, and I think there's a genuine admiration.
Now do Eric Musselman.
I don't know that he's very likable.
Yeah,
I don't like him.
I don't think he likes anybody.
Yeah,
No.
I don't know. And I'm not sure Cal. I mean, I think even though he's the Kentucky coach, now look, Pearl and Cal, I think they put on a nice face. Those two going back to Memphis and Tennessee back in the day.
Yeah,
I think they butted some heads there. So I'm not sure Pearl and Cal are tied.
I was half playing, but we're two of, to me, the best basketball analysts when they were not coaching our state. Andy Kennedy and Bruce Pearl. I thought both. Bruce spent his days when he was an analyst on the SEC Network, and the time he spent out of coaching was
on our show
was so good. And Andy's the same way. Just two guys who really know their basketball. Forrester Muss is a complete turd.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure how likable that guy.
He's a heck of a basketball
coach.
I
hate to know he's a very good coach. And he's a good recruiter, obviously. I hate to say that because I think we have all been targets of people saying we're one way or another that have never met us. They watch this and they think we're something.
All it would take Musselman to come on this show, be nice to us.
I know, we'd love it, wouldn't we?
Yeah.
We would give him the Shane Beamer treatment.
But I was just going by what Jimmy Dykes said. When they had the double technicals last night, and they called the coaches together to explain them. Jimmy Dykes, who is a God-fearing, Sunday school class, Wednesday night Bible study class teaching human, said, and you watch these two guys, they will not look each other in the eye when they come here together. That's just not Musselman's style, and he never did.
They didn't, but at the same time, that works both ways.
It does.
It's
but
not like Oates.
Nate gave him the glance as he walked away to see how he was reacting, to make sure he wasn't working the officials after he walked away. He gave him the little glance like you would a dog to make sure the dog's not going to bite you as you walk away.
You mentioned Dykes. Carl Ravitch got caught in a terrible travel situation yesterday. Plane didn't crash, but
America did.
Well, America did, yeah. The FAA computers caught up with Carl Ravitch, so he couldn't make the game. Dykes lives in Fayetteville, was coming back into town, so he did the game. I'm not saying whether you like Dykes and Billis, just the idea of just two analysts just kind of talking about a game while the game's going on.
I don't have a problem with it.
I kind of liked it, actually.
Yeah, I didn't think it was bad at all.
I didn't have a problem with it, but I'm going to see if I can pull up
It was almost like they weren't doing a talk show because they were actually talking about the game, but it was just very laid back, just observations about the game.
Tyler, one of our great listeners and viewers, was talking about my wife being at the Duke game last night. Awesome for her. Got to be more exciting than listening to these two guys call the Bama game with zero enthusiasm. It's like I'm watching golf. There was a little bit of, they were analyzing the game, and, there's not that. The play-by-play guy drives the energy.
He does, and you know what magnified that even more was they go from that to a juiced Moody Arena with Bob Wachuzin, who's really, really good at what he does.
Yes.
And he does that, and you could tell a very distinct difference.
So I didn't mind it because I bring my own energy. I BYOG to the Bama basketball games. But so I didn't mind it, but I could see what Tyler was talking about there. Speaking of Maggie, last night, Cameron Crazy. Here's the pictures.
Look at Maggie.
She's even got logos on her face inside. She's a Cameron Crazy last night. Yes, she bought that sweatshirt too, so I think we have 16 of those now. She did not get in line early enough. She was surprised she had to get in line 2 hours before tip to be able to get into the Cameron Crazy.
If she doesn't sleep in a tent one night in Sheshevskyville, I'm going to be disappointed.
She's next to a stormtrooper.
Yeah, she was behind the stormtrooper last night.
Was that her date?
No, LT.
Well, he's bald. You know she likes bald guys.
He grows a better beard than you.
Yeah, he does. But there's Cameron behind.
Rusty asking
looks like a rock star on that wall.
And the Vulcan Tire and Automotive, were you jealous, Dunaway? I know the answer to that.
I was jealous, but when I talked to her earlier in the night, she was like, I was like, "So are you in line?" And she's like, "What are you talking about?" I said, "Baby, your ticket is general admission. It does not guarantee access." And she goes, "What?" And I said, "No, it is a GA ticket. It's right on there. There is a student line you'll have to go get into." And she goes, "Well, it doesn't tip at 7 o'clock Eastern. It doesn't tip until 7, and it's 5 o'clock. I said, "Your ass better get over there. You're going to end up not in the arena." And she got in in the barely got in the behind the basket. So pretty crazy.
They didn't cover either.
Oh, does Maggie know that?
She just knows
they were getting whipped early, and they were laying 8.5. They ended up winning the game by 8.
Yeah. So she
had fun?
She had a blast. So, and as like Brown said, you only go through your freshman year twice.
That's right. I told Dunaway, I said, listen, you only get one chance to be an adult freshman with the disposable income at Duke.
Yeah, I'm more jealous of that.
That she's back in college?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Duke will be a little tough, though.
Me too, a little bit. Hey, if you want to go to Maggie's first school, the University of Montevallo, she's a graduate of there. You can be too. Your son or daughter can find out more about Montevallo, montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu to get the details. You go and find out about the small class sizes. Oftentimes it's 4-to-1 student-professor ratio there, so that helps out where you end up getting a fabulous education in a small classroom. Wonderful student life. Maggie and I can attest to that. Also, 21 fully funded NCAA Division II sports. Perfect school for a lot of people. Find out if it means that much to you if you belong at Montevallo, montevallo.edu. Patrick says, is Maggie there the whole semester? No, she goes up 2 weeks to the start of every semester and then is back home and does the rest remotely. So she is in her second semester of 4 years. So she's got... What is that? This is the start of 9 more semesters to finish up her degree. So, Dr. Maggie Dunaway.
Oh, she's going to be a PhD after this?
I think so.
Or no,
I'll research that. I mean, she's there. I mean, she's already got a BA, Brown. It's 4 more years. What is that?
I don't know. I didn't even graduate from Jackson.
What do I know? I'm just paying for it.
Speaking of which, we're back in a moment right here on TNR.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
This hour is brought to you by Culver's. Cake cone, waffle cone, or dish, you can't go wrong with the flavor of the day. Join My Culver's at culvers.com to receive a flavor of the day forecast delivered right to your inbox. That's Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Stay up to date with the Next Round at nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from the Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy-to-listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com. Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
It is the Season of Speed event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, and there is no better time to buy or lease a 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI or Veloce model. Now through the end of the year, get 0% financing for 48 months or 1.9% financing for 72 months. Go by and see the great selection and take advantage of the low interest rates while you still can. It's the Season of Speed event. 48 months, 0% financing. Get into the best car I've ever driven at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store.
Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Back with you on the next round as we approach the top of the hour. Show being brought to you in part by our great friends at JohnsonRVCenter.com. Storms in the area. I don't know what the weather's like at the two JohnsonRVCenter.com locations, but if you're in the south today, watch for storms. There are some storms right now down in just north of Bolagie and heading towards Clinton, Mississippi, and moving over into our state. And Brownie always he was in front of the green screen a moment ago trying to explain to me if a storm enters just south of 20, usually we got to keep an eye on it.
Yeah, in our location, if it comes in the state just south of 20, it can be bad news for us, like that one our boy's talking about there. Hey, Johnston RV Center has that Coachman Freedom Express line at the Coleman store, I-65 exit 304. This introductory offer on the Freedom Express 192 RBS lightweight model, $249 a month with approved credit. You heard me right. You can own it for just $249 a month with approved credit. Don't forget the lifetime warranties from RV Warranty Forever on all new models and used models under 2 years old. I-65, exit 304 in Coleman. It's where you see those. They've got their whole line at 334 in Decatur as well off I-65, and always online, JohnstonRVCenter.com.
Okay, a couple of college football things I want to get out here. And we may need Forrester's mic again to this because Brown and I have not found this. But we saw last night reports that Jaden Rashada had contacted Scott Strickland to request he be released from his national letter of intent. The five-star quarterback who was a one-time Miami commitment, then committed to Florida, drove his car onto the Florida field for the announcement, and then has been a no-show. And according to reports last night, now Forrester said that maybe his dad was saying that that maybe the reports are not true or not, but we're waiting to see how it all shakes out. Is that what you heard, Forrester? I was just checking.
Yeah, after On3 and everybody put out that he had, requested to be released from his letter of intent, I saw quotes that were saying his dad had refuted that report.
So on the surface, this appears to be the first contract holdout, publicly at least, we've ever seen in college football.
Yes. And but to what Forrester is saying, sometimes what LT was bringing up the other day about NIL, the different limbs of the family tree could be pulling in different directions. Like the dad may be all in with the Florida NIL people, and who knows what he signed or committed to or did that.
Well, I'll tell you, if I'm Miami, I'm working. Wimp always told us back in the day, there's somebody, and it might be the silent grandmother in the corner in the rocking chair.
That's right.
But there is one person that wields all the power and the control over that recruit. And if I'm Miami or whoever wants Rashada, then I'm trying to figure out who that person is, and I'm going to become the highest bidder if I think he's going to be that good. To me, like when you pull an article on him, the first one I see is tracking the wild recruitment of five-star quarterback Jaden Rashada. He might end up being the next best quarterback, might be another Trevor Lawrence, who knows? But is it really worth it?
Yeah. Well, a lot of people said, you had to jump through a few hoops with Cam Newton and his family. Was it worth it?
Oh,
yeah,
100%.
Yeah, it was.
Now,
yeah.
I'm going to play the odds and say this guy ain't anywhere close.
Well, no,
but
I'm not
exactly. Saying he was, but I'm just saying, somebody is going to take a chance on this kid, and you know what, you might get him.
No, a lot of people are going to take a chance on him,
and he might be close. I don't know.
I'll be honest, I didn't know who the hell Cam Newton was.
Nor did I.
I mean, I'm sure somebody was excited when Auburn got him instead of Mississippi State. But to me, he was just the guy that didn't cut it at Florida and had to go to junior college. He leads Auburn basically on his own back to the national championship.
I laugh when I think about this. Our friend Rick Burgess, the host of Rick and Bubba, his son was playing at Auburn at the time. You guys remember that? His son was playing at Auburn. And I remember talking to Rick shortly after spring, and I was like, is that Cam Newton kid going to start at quarterback? He goes, Blake says he's incredible. I was like, incredible? He said, all he told me is, Dad, just wait till you see this guy when the play breaks down.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm telling you, he was spot on.
It didn't take long, but watching in that spring game, everybody was like, "Yeah,
I know." And that's why I was asking Rick, and Rick was like, "Oh yeah, he's going to be the starter. This kid's incredible."
So if you guys had to guess, where do you think he ends up?
Rashada?
Yeah,
Ole Miss.
What's wrong with Jackson Dart? Why do we keep saying Ole Miss?
I don't know that anything's wrong with Jackson Dart. I just think Lane Kiffin likes to be at the center of these things, and they were in on the Jackson Rashada. He was the one was he in the Alfa Romeo or the Bentley or the Maserati or something?
It was the electric blue.
Anyway, he was in one of the cars.
Lamborghini.
That Lane Kiffin sent him.
I don't know what it was. Yeah, it might have been.
And I just think, I don't know that it's anti-Jackson Dart Dunaway.
But it was A&M, Florida, Miami, Ole Miss, LSU. Those were the 5.
Yeah, I don't think it's anything anti-Jackson Dart. I just think Kiffin likes to be in the middle. I think he likes the attention.
I don't know where he's starting outside of Florida, though.
You don't think he would start at Miami?
I mean, Tyler Van Dyke had a bad year last year, but Tyler Van Dyke is still really good. LSU's got multiple options now.
Yeah,
with Jaden Daniels and Nussmeier.
Yeah, but he's not starting in front of Jaden Daniels.
I mean, he could start in front of Jackson Dart, I guess. But if I'm Jackson Dart, I came from USC to play for you because you told me I was going to be your guy. And Jackson Dart wasn't bad last year. I think he's going to get better. And then A&M, I think Connor Weigman's going to be good.
There was speculation that Spencer Sanders, that Ole Miss had interest in him. I don't see that as an obvious upgrade to you.
Me either, no.
Over Jackson Dart.
Which is the first time I asked, what's wrong with Jackson Dart?
And I know, and that's why when you ask that, I think it just shows who Lane Kiffin really is.
We'll talk to Tom Luginbill at the top of the hour. Luginbill knows these guys a little bit. Rashada played in his Under Armour All-Star game just a few days ago, back on January 3rd. So we'll talk to Lugs about this situation and also about Walker Howard. This is one to keep an eye on to me because he was the number 1 dual threat quarterback in last year's recruiting class. Went to LSU. Remember, that's the first one Brian Kelly danced with out there, right? Well, he has left LSU. He's in the portal. I mean, again, do y'all think Auburn's in the mix for a quarterback? Do you think they're looking for a quarterback?
I think Hugh Freeze will take one, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if Alabama is or if Ole Miss is or
who's
looking for a quarterback.
There was a minute this weekend. Taylor Corrin, our social media director, was asking, "Hey, if we get Spencer Sanders, is this an upgrade?" And I was like, "Yeah, it's an upgrade."
Yeah.
And then I Googled because I thought she knew something or something had broke, and it said Spencer Sanders going to Auburn on a couple of different sites.
Well, that was the one Luginbill, if you remember when Luginbill, right after Hugh Freeze was hired, and Luke was with us at 11, he said...
Oh, that's right, not next segment.
Yeah. I was trying to slide that one in for you there.
I like that. Appreciate it.
He said, hey, Spencer Sanders, Hugh Freeze, that would be a really good marriage. When I saw Spencer Sanders leave Oak State, that's the first place I thought of.
But not every quarterback in the portal ends up where they think they're going to be. Zach Calzada yesterday made it official. He is at Incarnate Word now, back out in Texas. Zach Calzada, who led it, there's the release. He led Texas A&M to the win over Alabama, came to Auburn, and never really got in the mix there. He was asked on Twitter 2 nights ago when he was leaving Auburn, and the rumor was he was going to Incarnate Word. Why did you even come to Auburn, dude? Why did you even come? He said Austin Davis, for those wondering.
Oh, no, that guy was on the job, a month and a half?
Yeah, well,
maybe.
Calzada made the commitment, and when Austin Davis was the OC, and he was there for about a month.
Yeah.
And left coaching, and actually did USM, Southern Mississippi football radio this past year.
Is that what he did? Are you serious?
That's
wow.
what the story said. So Zach Calzada is at Incarnate Word is where he's going with 2 years of eligibility left. I don't get a lot right. In fact, I get more things wrong on the show. But do you remember when I came back from that one Auburn January basketball game when they introduced the recruits, and I said, well, I don't know. Zach Calzada just doesn't look like he wants to be there. Doesn't seem to fit.
I thought it was Dunaway's overplaying this, but you were spot on. I'll give you credit, Jim.
Well, 1 out of 10 right.
It's the one you got right.
I get 10% of it right here on the show. When we come back, a lot more college football, but there's talented quarterbacks, Rashada and Walker, that seem to be floating around out there if you're in the quarterback business these days. We'll talk about the possibility of who the next what will be. Who the next what will be. Who do you think I'm going to say? Who the next TCU could be next year when we come back on the next round.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter @RockstarBHM.
Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
The NFL playoffs are just around the corner, and every game matters. Join us on the Next Round and Pepsi every Thursday as we preview the upcoming big games in the NFL weekend. Pepsi and the NFL, a perfect match for your weekend.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Okay, bye. Little wake-up call to my daughter, who was at the house last night, heading back to college. Got classes today, midday, making her weather aware, because I didn't know it was going to storm today.
I had no idea.
I don't, no knock against local news. I love it. Love the people that do it. Friends with most of them. I just don't watch the news as much as I used to do it, and I just haven't checked the weather this week. Unless I got plans outside, I don't really pay attention to the weather, which with this, unbelievable computer in my hand, I didn't get, a little heads up that there was going to be some severe weather today. But absolutely, in Mississippi, if you're watching and listening to us, you've been dealing with it all morning.
I'm glad you have good friends like me.
Alabama, Tennessee, and Georgia, you could be under the thumb at some point later today.
So this is going to sound like a stupid question, but it's technical, so you guys will get it. But I'm about to drop DirecTV because Sunday Ticket is done, and then YouTube TV's getting it next year. But where am I going to get local channels if I do need them for weather?
Oh, it's on YouTube TV.
It's on YouTube TV.
Okay.
Yeah.
You could also get an over-the-air antenna. I hesitate to even bring that up.
Yeah. No, let me tell you what
seems difficult.
Let me tell you what I do, and this starts every time. We appreciate for the 1,000 of you who are about to comment in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room about the different ways to get TV today. Everyone loves. Some people like Hulu TV. I do have the over-the-air antenna on one of my TVs, and I'm going to get a second one, and it's not the one that sticks on top of the house. It's one that
no, you
goes,
put them up in your attic now.
Yeah, well, mine is
some of them are a little black square that you can put near a window.
Yeah, mine's just a little black square near the window because my TVs are near a window, and so I've got a little black square. It's like a solar panel like this, and it's an unbelievable picture.
Well, yeah, it's supposed to be the best picture you can get. Is the 4K, or is it not 4K? But the high def over the air.
It's the high definition over the air.
Yeah, but high def over the air, the best picture you can get.
And because DirecTV, it's going up on a satellite and coming back down on your cable. It's going through a cable on YouTube TV or anything else. It's streaming on the internet. This is the way it's broadcast over the air, the way God intended.
So what are you on right now? What
I am on YouTube TV.
Okay.
And you get your local channels on YouTube TV too.
Yeah,
it's
but
just,
with YouTube TV, you get a certain amount of channels, and then to get other streaming services, you just buy those additionally, right?
That's right. I'm at $67 or $77 a month. That includes all my sports channels.
Do you
only pay $77 a month?
See, here's what you're
and
gonna.
What number do I call?
No, what you're about to figure out though.
I'm
is,
not even going to admit on air what I topped out at.
But how many receivers do you have?
That's going to be your problem.
I don't even want to admit that on air.
Okay, but this is going to eliminate that. Now, what it's going to create is you're going to have to buy some new TVs because you're going to need some smart TVs or a Fire Stick, which I don't even want to get into with you.
Yeah.
No, I mean I've got Tommy Fire Stick.
All right.
But you're going to want to have smart TVs.
Yeah, you're going to want to just go ahead and replace those
the
TVs.
Easiness.
But you're going to be able to justify it by saying I'm getting rid of these receivers, so I'm eliminating that cost.
Yeah, because that is a complete joke that DirecTV was charging me $10 a box.
Yeah.
This TED Talk brought to you by. Rockstar's right. It's a great commercial for other streaming services at times.
Yeah, but you're happy with YouTube TV.
I am, but again, it comes back to your internet connection.
That's right.
Oh, yeah, mine's not that good.
That's a problem.
But I say that.
It's going to suck for you.
But, for 377 days, we were able to do a show from my basement, so it can't be that
That's
bad.
a good point. Yeah, we did do that. I don't think we have any issues there.
Andrew just wants to know, over $500 for your DirecTV bill a month. Over, under $500?
It was under.
Oh, it was? Okay. I really thought it was over. I would have guessed over.
It was close.
Yeah. I would have gone in the 500 neighborhood.
But again, Brown knows how many boxes there were in it, $10 a box, and then I had the premium. I had all the sports.
I know. No, it adds up, man. Trust me.
Top of the hour here. Your headlines brought to you by our friends at Precision Sports. They'll get you back in the game. Precision Sports. You don't want to miss anything in life, and that's why Precision Sports keeps you healthy.
Yeah, hey, 2023 is a new year, and there are new ways to contact your favorite precision sports medicine and orthopedic provider. Remember the number, 205-512-3885, or the website, precisionsportsortho.com/2023. Maybe you tweaked that shoulder, putting up the Christmas decorations, injured your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard, or finding pain in your knees, getting up from the couch at halftime. Let 2023 be the year Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Again, call 205-512-3885 or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
All right, in the Vulcan Tire and Auto chat room, Jeff says, not sure if it's true, but YouTube TV restricts you to 6 devices at a time streaming. That could be an issue for you. Pritch Law says cutting the cord is an L at this point if you have lots of TVs. So I do think that's what you're going to run into.
Yeah.
Like, for instance, even like Netflix or Hulu, you could only have that streaming on so many devices at once, or Disney Plus or whatever.
Yeah.
You're finding out what I'm finding out is as much as you and I hate DirecTV, we're probably going to have to stick with them.
But I go with 3 TVs. That's all I have in my sports room now is 3 TVs.
You
I go
poor
3
bastard.
TVs all the
Everything all right?
I know. Hard times.
It's tough.
Well, the thing...
This says tips right here. You can't see
Yeah,
tips.
look, JJ says Hulu has unlimited TV screens. So you got unlimited streaming on Hulu.
Yeah, but Hulu doesn't give me Sunday Ticket.
No, it does not. But I'm telling you, I have read that you're not going to have to be a YouTube subscriber to get Sunday Ticket.
Here's what I'm hoping. I haven't talked to our friend Steve in a while, and we were texting last night. And Steve's our audio-video guy. I'm hoping that he can formulate the right plan for me, knowing my situation.
Yeah, I'm sure he can.
Don't forget 23% off in our store right now, nextround.store. These are limited right
That's
now.
right.
We're down to just the last few of these.
That's
if you want to
right.
go purchase the hoodie, the Next Round
the
hoodie.
black shoody.
Yeah,
I think we call these the shitty. They are really, really nice and comfortable.
Back to some sports conversation here. A name that LT is, again, yesterday a big portal day, and you say, why is so much portal activity going on? Well, the window closes coming up here on January the 18th and doesn't open back up until May 1st. Cavassier Smoke leaves Kentucky. I don't know if you think he's talented or not. He hasn't played a ton in his 5 years at Kentucky. But Cavassier Smoke from Wetumpka is off to Colorado. He leaves Kentucky. He's joining Coach Prime out of Colorado.
One of the best names in all of college football, Cavassier Smoke. I'm not surprised. This Kentucky offense is difficult to watch. He is a guy that has had a decent career. I mean, when you look at the numbers for Cavassier Smoke, he wasn't a Chris Rodriguez, but still, it's a guy that, was somewhat productive, averaged five yards carry last year.
Yeah, I do think you're going to find this. I think we're already seeing it. Just the name Deion Sanders is going to draw attention for these guys.
Absolutely. 5-star quarterback Walker Howard, we mentioned that earlier, but a couple other 5-star players leaving the South-ish and going to the West Coast. One of them is Jordan Birch, who leaves South Carolina. And again, when you guys go off season and you guys are just insert twist on what you saw at the end of the year from South Carolina, and you think that's going to be automatic, they're going to carry over and build on that and go to the next level, from whatever wins to 8 wins to whatever they are next year. Don't necessarily make that automatic, because they have lost they've been hit in the portal in a couple of places. Jordan Birch is one of those guys, 5-star defensive end at one point. Last year just did everything for South Carolina defensively, was a tackle for loss machine last year, playing in all the games. He is now at Oregon. He leaves South Carolina to go to Oregon because Dan Lanning was his main recruiter back at Georgia, had a great relationship with him, and now Lanning wants him at Oregon. He says, I always wanted to play for you, dude. I'm leaving South Carolina where I was a stud, and I'm going to Oregon.
Well, and people on the South Carolina, in the media side, but this tells me it's probably been leaked to them by someone, or claiming that Oregon overstepped their bounds on this one, that this was tampering, 100%.
Again, this is tampering. This is NIL. Jordan Birch, a guy that was the third leading tackler on a team that ended up ranked in the top 25, where you've got a lot of momentum going in the right direction. Spencer Rattler announcing he's coming back. This just shows you some of these programs are getting outbid. I would assume South Carolina does not have a big collective. I would just assume that.
I think I remember reading that Beamer had gotten it organized and it was growing.
You think it's bigger than Oregon's?
No, I do not. That's what I was about to say. There's no chance it's bigger than Oregon's, because I would imagine there's one guy that probably funds a lot of Oregon's. Would not you imagine the same thing?
Yeah, I mean, you've got the Nike backing at Oregon.
And I'm sure if I'm Dan Lanning and I'm like, hey, look, I need a guy here, here, and here, but I need $3 million for my NIL. Phil Knight's probably got $3 million in his front pocket.
And then another interesting one, the 5-star defensive lineman, another one of those guys that was part of that great Texas A&M recruiting class, Anthony Lucas, only played 7 games. He had some discipline issues and, was a true freshman. Leaving Texas A&M, and he's going to USC. Big 5-star defensive lineman, part of the beginning makeover of that USC Trojan defense.
Again, I think Lincoln Riley believes in Alex Grinch. He just doesn't believe he had the personnel. And he said, hey, look, we saw what Georgia did on Monday night. You saw the dudes they had. Those are the kind of guys we're going to have.
I'm going to hand out the dry erase board. Go ahead and tell us, Brownie, about Greystone Chiropractic. I'm going to give LT a dry erase board. What I want you guys to do as we continue our college football conversation here is I want you to write down one team that you think could be next year's TCU, that could make the playoffs, scare the playoffs, be the closest outlier to being in the playoffs. Now, I don't know how you're going to define that, right? So
this is going to be tough.
We'll let you define that after we see your pick, and we'll say, no, that's too close. They're a contender. Why would you make them as a long shot like TCU was? Remember, we had them at 57 in our preseason ranking. But tell us about Greystone. I'll hand out the dry erase.
All right, hey, listen, Greystone Chiropractic. If you want to look better, feel better, heal better in 2023, who does not want that, right? The red light therapy, the infrared sauna, the cryotherapy, the IV infusion bags, all right there at Element Wellness. It's under the same roof as Greystone Chiropractic, Tattersall Park, 119 and 280. ElementWellness.me to find out more. ElementWellness.me. You may not know what any of those services do for you specifically, But overall, here's what they do for you. They make you look better, feel better, and heal better. ElementWellness.me. That is ElementWellness.me.
So the question becomes, if it's a first-year guy like Sonny Dykes was, by the way, Sonny Dykes wins the Bear Bryant Award, picks it up last night. So he's the Bear Bryant National Coach of the Year, deserving despite sticking the landing. If you had to go with some first-year coaches, I think you would write down Luke Fickell at Wisconsin, just because you've seen Wisconsin be really good before, and they're trying to remake the way they play offensive football there in Madison, Wisconsin. So that would be a good place to start as a first-year coach. But I guess necessarily it doesn't have to be a first-year coach. It can be anyone that we just say is off the radar a little bit.
Yeah, last year my team probably would have been Kansas State. I think I had them ranked pretty high, probably as high or higher than anybody that did our rankings last year. Wisconsin was the one immediately that came to mind for me. Got to get quarterback right.
Yeah.
You've got one of the best running backs in Braylon Allen, and Luke Fickell obviously has shown what he can do. I don't think the defense is going to drop off.
Let me tell you what they did in the portal, and they have brought in 3 quarterbacks. And I think all 3 of them probably go there thinking they are going to start. One of them is Tanner Mordecai from SMU. You like what Tanner was able to do with Rhett Lashley, right?
Yeah, I did, yeah.
So you like him. Nick Evers is a big-time recruit who just hasn't got to play yet. I think he was he Texas or he was Oklahoma, right? Nick Evers? Okay, one of those two. And then I just mentioned it yesterday, Braden Locke from Mississippi State, a 4-star guy that Mike Leach. That's 3 quarterbacks that Wisconsin's remade their they didn't care about Graham Mertz leaving. They remade their whole quarterback room with those 3 guys coming in.
Yeah, you should be able to find one of those guys that will be productive.
One of those guys should hit, right? And I think that. I think one of those guys could hit. I don't think you can put Texas and Oklahoma in this, but where Oklahoma was record-wise at the end of the year, that would be very TCU-like, right?
Very much so, yeah. I mean, they were all, but they'll start back in the top 25, I would imagine, as bad as they were last year just on name brand alone.
Yep. All right. Give me yours, Brown. Who's going to be the chance to be your TCU? Is that Yale?
Yeah, guys, it is Yale.
BYU.
BYU. Thank you, Rockstar.
Rockstar playing.
Where's the B and the U?
Well, that's not their logo, Lance. That's their logo. Is the
Youngstown
Y.
State.
Rockstar's playing the straight man today.
I know. BYU. It looks like a flux capacitor too. If you look at it this right, yeah. What are you?
I'm just focusing.
Why are you breaking it down?
I'm not breaking. I'm just focusing.
BYU. Now, here's what makes this complicated. I don't even know their schedule next year because the Big 12 hasn't announced schedules. But I do know at a conference they're playing at Arkansas, which is not a terrible win, right, if they can win at Arkansas. And then they're going to play a Big 12 schedule, which I think TCU has shown you is manageable. Now, the thing is, BYU's not going to start as low as TCU did. That's an impossible assignment there to find that. But BYU at best is probably going to be low top 25, right?
Yes, I think so.
I mean, at best, they're in the bottom of the top 25. So I think BYU, for the first year playing that Big 12 schedule with Arkansas at a conference, I think that's and they were, hey, listen, they were in the top 10 for a lot last year. So I like BYU there.
BYU for you.
Lance, you like that pick? I go wimp on you. Lance, you like that pick?
Give me a minute.
Would you like the BYU pick, though?
Wait, are you going to go with what I'm going with?
Are y'all both going with this? No.
Nope.
Okay, thank God.
You do your thing.
Yeah.
That logo is Texas A&M.
Yeah, very creative, Jim. God, your penmanship is so good, though. I've always admired your penmanship.
Texas A&M for me because, what was the record yesterday? You told us the record.
All right, so it's from Brett McMurphy that Jimbo Fisher is the first coach in the history of the Associated Press poll to have a team in the top 6 and finish unranked 3 times in his career. Preseason top 6 to unranked, he's done it 3 times. So you're counting on him going from unranked to top 6.
Well, I mean,
by the way.
They will have 0 expectations. I'm not sure anybody will give them a vote in the AP Top 25 preseason, right? So they're going to start off about where TCU is. They've got some talent there. And if listen, what TCU did is not going to happen again, I don't think, right? That was such a rarity for what TCU was able to do. And some of you still don't believe they belonged to be there. But if somebody's going to do it, you got to start, I think, with a really good roster and some 0 expectations. And there will be 0 expectations. Jimbo Fisher has dumbed it down to where there'll be 0 expectations in College Station. So if Bobby Petrino is good at what he does and they, get the right quarterback, there's still some talent there. They could go from 0 to nothing. I mean, nothing to something. 0-60.
Nailed it.
Texas Tech.
Well, somebody said that, Lance, on Twitter. Royal Payne. Texas Tech returns a ton of starters, super seniors, solid quarterback, and could get the breaks like TCU.
Yeah, Tyler Shuck is that quarterback. We saw him at Oregon. He really played well at the end of the season. It's a team that won 8 games last year. Joey McGuire just got that 6-year deal. Brown, I think you, like me, a fan of Joey McGuire. They ran Ole Miss off the field in the bowl game. And this is a team that went out. They got an Atlantic Sun all-conference receiver. They got a CUSA all-conference lineman. They've got 16 returning starters. And in the Big 12, it's wide open.
The Big 12's wide open. And you want me to take you one step further? Do you know who they play week 2? Yeah, have you looked at their schedule?
I have not looked
all
at
we
their
know is
schedule.
they're out of conference because, again, the Big 12 hasn't announced where the conference games are and who they're playing, right, Dunaway?
That's right.
You know who they play week 2?
Who?
Saturday, September 9th in Lubbock, the Oregon Ducks. That's a big non-conference win if you can get that one.
going against his former team.
That's right. Oregon at Jones AT&T Stadium in Lubbock, Texas, week number 2.
I'll take Texas Tech at a pick right now for a stake.
Who are they playing?
Oregon. Yeah, you've got Oregon in the college football playoff, don't you?
I do not. I had them in my top 10. Some of you, including JD on Twitter, are sending in some of these names. He's sending Washington.
Well, they could be
Penn
just
State,
outside the-
Oregon, LSU. These are all teams that we have in the top 10 in some form or degree. So they're not going to be far enough off the radar I think, to even be considered dark horses, right? I mean, you can't even consider anybody on this list a dark horse.
No, look, we're doing a fool's errand here. Nobody's likely to do this, obviously. Yeah, we're trying to take a stab in the dark who it might be outside the top 25.
Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at New York Butcher Shop. It's never a fool's errand to run down there to get the best in quality meats, man. The meat prices are they're a little high right now. So why if you're going to spend the money, just get the best there is out there. That's our friends at New York Butcher Shop, and they have a huge variety of different cuts and different styles of meat.
Yeah, go see Jim and the guys. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop. Pick up the finest and certified Angus prime beef steaks, burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, all natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes. Perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family. They're ready to heat at home. Don't forget about those huge deli sandwiches with a great selection of fine wines and desserts. The New York Butcher Shop, your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Patrick goes, show me the money, Jerry. Joey McGuire.
Joey McGuire.
I'll finish reading. Joey McGuire lands the massive extension after going 11-1. Meanwhile, Rusty says, I'd take Texas before I'd take Texas A&M. What if Manning takes a job away and they take off through that Big 12 schedule out there? Some of the other comments coming in from the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. A lot more when we come back. Tom Luginbill at the top of the hour right here on the next round.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at ScottForresterTV.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. And if you're like me, you probably added an inch or 2 to your waistline over the holidays. If Santa didn't put new shoes under your tree, it's time to treat yourself so you can walk or run those extra pounds off. Make your New Year's resolution to get out and exercise. At the New Balance Birmingham store, get the perfect fitting shoe to motivate you. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
The NFL playoffs are just around the corner, and every game matters. Join us on the Next Round and Pepsi every Thursday as we preview the upcoming big games in the NFL weekend. Pepsi and the NFL, a perfect match for your weekend. Everyone makes New Year's resolutions. This year, make the best resolution ever. If you are buying a new home in 2023, use Holly Mack Wilson and get started right away. Let an experienced professional help you get your home ready to sell before the spring buying season. Holly Mack Wilson can help you with all your home buying and selling needs anytime, anywhere in Alabama. Make the best resolution ever and call today 205-901-9446 or online at hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, an anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams agent. Hey, Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to The Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. NextRound.store. That's NextRound.store.
Football season is here and fall is coming. Call Adam, Chad, and the guys at Hemp Hill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now. Trust the name. Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Call 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com. Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Big news out there. Kevin Warren is officially leaving the Big Ten and going with the Bears. Brown and LT have some thoughts on that. The impact Kevin Warren's departure in the Big Ten is initially for you is what?
Well, I think it's very big because this is a guy, like, for instance, Greg Sankey is out now saying he thinks this early signing day is a bad idea. Generally, when Greg Sankey is behind something, changes get made. When Greg Sankey and Kevin Warren are behind something, changes always get made. And now, will the next Big Ten guy swing that big of a stick? Now, the next Big Ten guy, whoever it is, Lance, is going to take over as sweet a situation as you can take over. This thing is set up for success. But these are the two guys that have to draft together to ensure something gets done. When you had Kevin Warren and Greg Sankey aligned on something, it got done. And I'm just curious how this next guy works, or lady, whoever it is.
The thing that will remind me of Kevin Warren, his tenure, and it was short. It was only 3 years as the Big Ten commissioner, was COVID and how he wanted to shut football down.
He fumbled it. He absolutely fumbled it. He got it wrong. He fumbled it badly. They recovered to a certain extent, but he fumbled the decision there.
Yeah, I mean, they recovered it with a multi-billion-dollar media rights deal with the Big Ten under his watch.
Yeah, I don't think those two things are connected. I just meant recovered. No, they were able to get some football played.
But that will be his legacy as he
doubt.
leaves. And as we discussed last week when this possibility first came up, the table is set for the next person to come in to a sweet gig. The media rights deal is already done. You've already brought in USC and UCLA, which will also be his legacy. So all that is stuff we discussed last week is just cemented now for Kevin Warren, who is leaving. In his short tenured, he botched the COVID thing, but then he bounced back with signing a multi-billion-dollar media rights deal, the largest in college athletics, bigger than the SEC's. And he's brought in USC and UCLA to the conference for ever-changing college athletics, and that will be Kevin Warren's legacy as he goes to the Chicago Bears.
Yeah, I think it'll work both ways because I think whoever would have been the Big Ten commissioner probably gets USC and UCLA. With all that said, this, to me, it's like a simplified deal for Kevin Warren. You are now focused on one organization as opposed to 14 institutions.
But I'm always curious, too, what makes one job better than another? Like, I look at his job at the Big Ten, and I'm like, this guy, I mean, he and Sankey are on top of the college football world. There is not much he could do to screw it up now at the Big Ten because, as you said, he just secured the biggest maybe one of the two biggest conference moves of all time and the biggest media deal of all time. I mean, you can't really do much more than that.
Yeah, but you've got a much more moving parts with a conference like that, with all of the institutions, than you do as CEO of the Bears. Yeah, and I would think that monetarily, I would think it's probably pretty close.
It may be. And you both, I think he lives in Chicago. That's where the Big Ten's based, right? So you probably don't even, move houses. Which organization do you think will be viewed as more successful moving forward, the Bears or the Big Ten?
Oh, the Big Ten.
The Big Ten
so
is
that's
easy.
I know, and that's what makes it so puzzling is like, You know how it works in the NFL. The Bears don't pull out of this. They start firing everybody.
Yeah. I just, when I bring some things up, I always wonder, how does this impact me at home, right? If I'm watching, listening, or me as a fan, how does this impact me? How do you think it impacts our viewers who are listening? This news today, Kevin Warren's leaving the Big Ten.
I don't think they care.
Yeah, I don't think it's a big deal to a lot of people who the commissioner of these conferences are until they screw up.
Yeah, I will say this about the Big Ten, though. So we've had one national champion out of the Big Ten in the last 16 years. Am I right about that?
Ohio State in 2014.
Yep. And in basketball, help me out.
Oh, I can't remember basketball national champions.
Yeah, I'm going to disagree with what you just said, though. Kevin Warren almost wrecked the 2020 football season.
In that one instant. As we sit here in 2022, what do these guys do that impacts us?
Unless you sat there in 2019, you didn't know he was going to do that.
No. I said unless they screw up. That's exactly what I said.
Yeah,
these guys mean nothing to us unless they screw up.
But you don't think USC and UCLA going to the Big Ten affects our viewers and our audience?
Yeah, I mean, it does. It does.
That's not screwing up. That was doing something successful.
But you're exactly right. Storm Restoration Roofing brings this part of the show. We'll continue the Kevin Warren conversation in just a second. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing, respected roofing contractor, 20 years they've been locally owned right here. Greg Nelson and his wife own the company. The best warranties in the business. Insurance companies trust these guys, so you can trust them too. 205-542-3531. 205-542-3531. Unfortunately, there is severe weather moving through the area frequently. It's just a place we live in the country. And there will be storm damage from storms like in some places today. And if you ever experience a roof problem, roof damage, remember Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing, 205-542-3531, or just remember Greg from Pell City. You can put that in your brain. You can contact him on Facebook, Greg from Pell City. You can contact him that way to come out and secure your home after you've had roof damage there. And he works with the insurance companies to make sure you get your roof taken care of. He's got local contractors that go out and do the work for him, and he does special offering from the military as well. 205-542-3531, 205-542-3531. So off to the Bears goes Kevin Warren. The next impact the Big Ten commissioner will have on college athletics will be when they hire the next guy will be what? The playoff expansion, because there is talk of going maybe to 16 at some point instead of 12.
Yeah, and I think the NCAA tournament, talk of expanding there.
Yeah,
the basketball tournament going to whatever it is, 25%. I mean, again, that's another one that if Big Ten Commissioner and Greg Sankey are behind that, it's probably going to happen. So I'm not necessarily in favor of that one. I do like the expansion to the college football playoff. But look, people are already talking about going to 16. We hadn't even played a 12-team college football playoff, and people are already talking about the benefits of a 16-team college football playoff. So I don't think that discussion is going to be too far down the road, even as we just now are starting a 12-team.
Now, remember, he's going to be the president. He's not the general manager of the Bears.
No.
So he'll have, I guess, some conversations about who their picks will be. But ultimately that falls in the general manager's department. Usually it goes coaches and general managers working together, and the president has some oversight.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to have much to do with what they do as far as trading that first pick, who they're going to select. If they were possibly, when they talked about it would be far-fetched for them to get rid of Justin Fields, that will not be the decision of Kevin Warren.
Rockstar, do you remember Frankie Muniz?
Frankie Muniz from
Malcolm in the Middle.
Malcolm in the Middle.
Yep. My Dog Skip.
Good, sad movie right there. Sad ending, anyway.
37 years old, and he'll be racing in Daytona on February 18th. Frankie Muniz is now a race driver.
I remember he does a bunch of racing. I didn't know.
I do remember that, but that seems like a big jump.
Yeah, not the Daytona 500. It'll be in the ARCA series. They have several races during speed weeks down there. But on February 18th, this will be the highest he's ascended in racing. ARCA, which is a lot of a lot of people pay for their own rides, as I assume Malcolm in the Middle is here, and he'll be racing down at Daytona. There was a picture in the story I saw where he was meeting Dale Earnhardt, the great Dale Earnhardt, at the Daytona 500. I assume back when Malcolm in the Middle was still on Fox in 2001, and it was the day Dale died. But he grew up in the Raleigh, North Carolina area, so he was a big NASCAR fan. His family was growing up. So Malcolm in the Middle, a guy who you'll see racing this year down in Daytona. I say that to get to our next big story out there is just you have these icons that when you watch sports, some people wash over you. Some people you don't like because they're kicking your team's ass. Charles White passed away yesterday. Heisman Trophy winning running back at USC. Part of a national championship team at USC. I think, LT, he's still maybe the leading rusher at USC all time.
He is.
Unbelievable running back. But he came to Birmingham in 1978 with that USC team, 24-14 the final. But he ran for 199 yards on a Bear Bryant defense. 199 at Legion Field.
That caught Bear Bryant's eye, right?
It did.
It changed recruiting.
It did. Charles White had a dominant performance there in 1978, a lot like Sam Cunningham did back at the early 70s.
Yeah, I guess it was Sam Cunningham that actually really did it. But Charles White, just a great player, two-time All-American, won a Heisman Trophy. The NFL career wasn't what a lot of people thought it would be, but still ran for over 3,000 yards in the NFL.
Tough question with USC. Where does he rank in their running backs? Because obviously, I think you would go Marcus Allen and Reggie Bush in front of him, right?
I would.
And O.J. Simpson.
But he's probably next in that discussion. But that's a heck of a discussion you can have with USC.
But that's why it was running back you.
Yeah. If you go with the old Mount Rushmore with four heads up there, I think he still makes Mount Rushmore.
Which says a lot at USC. I mean, that has been running back you historically.
I mean, technically he is a Heisman Trophy winner and the school's all-time leading rusher to this day. I think over 6,000 yards rushing. He had over a 2,000-yard season running the football. And USC played a quality. They always played Notre Dame, playing Alabama back then. I remember 1978, watching the broadcast a little bit last night. Alabama opened with Nebraska at home, and they played on the road at Missouri, who was really good back then, like a top 20 team. And then they were at home to USC. That was their schedule. Nebraska at home, on the road at Missouri, and then they had USC at home.
Yeah, back when out of conference schedules were real.
Yeah,
I mean,
I'll tell you, man, it's not even close though. So as far as rushing yards, I would agree that when you and I think a lot of this has to do. Reggie Bush, we all saw how great he was, but he was a dual threat running back. And Marcus Allen, I think his NFL career helped him a lot. But when you look at career rushing yards for USC, 6,200 for Charles White. Number 2 is Marcus Allen with 4,800. It's not even close.
Not even close.
Yeah, and then you got all the way down Reggie Bush is number 8 with 3,100 yards, half the production of Charles White.
Some older Alabama fans will remember what Johnny Davis did to Alabama in the Orange Bowl back in the turn of 60s and 70s, whatever, 71 Orange Bowl season or whatever. But I don't remember until Zeke Elliott down in 2014. I don't remember anybody that Alabama's defense had as much problem with than they had with Charles White that day at Legion Field, and then Zeke Elliott down in the Sugar Bowl that night. They couldn't stop Zeke that night in the second half, and they couldn't stop Charles White all day long. So a 64 years old cancer finally getting Charles White there out in California. We will take a quick break here, come back with a lot more college football when we return on the show that's being brought to you in part today by our friends at Wayne's Pest Control, getting you ready for 2023 with everything going on out in your yard.
866-WAYNES-1 is the number to call. They were in my yard yesterday because I want my yard to look the best it can in spring and summer. You want a lush lawn, right? EnviroLawn helps you do that, but this is the time of year you need to think about it. Because with EnviroLawn, they make sure you get the proper pre-emergence and nutrients in the soil and the root system. And you could save right now with the code TNR. 866-WAYNES-1, code TNR. 866-WAYNES-1 and the code TNR. We'll pay for that first month. 12 months for the price of 11. We're helping you save here on the next round. When you call 866-WAYNES-1, use the code TNR and sign up for EnviroLawn. Make your yard look the best it can this summer and spring right now with Wayne's.
Where you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com.
Start your day on our website, nextroundlive.com. The morning rounds give you the top links to the stories you need to see before going to lunch with your buddies. At nextroundlive.com, you can also watch and listen to the show live or download our top podcast and shop in the Next Round store. New arrivals, new downloads, new shows, new contests, all on one website, nextroundlive.com. Make it your homepage, nextroundlive.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
Rick over in the chat room, Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. I was at Legion Field in the upper deck when Charles White ran all over us. Their line was huge. They kept running some kind of counterplay, and we had no answer all day long. Some good games back in the day in those out of conferences, and maybe we get that back. You think that'll happen with the 12-team playoff? It'll open the door for even some tougher out of conference scheduling.
I think we've already seen that.
Yeah, I think so. I think coaches realize now you can lose 2 games in the regular season with a 12-team playoff and get in.
Yeah, so part of the show today being brought to you by our friends right there at MyBookie. A couple of good basketball games happening tonight. Michigan is at Iowa. Iowa's coming out of the basement of the Big Ten. They won, I think, 2 straight in conference, 6 o'clock on ESPN2. And Gonzaga almost lost to San Francisco the other night. They're on the road at BYU tonight. That's 8:30 ESPN, part of the big basketball games tonight. MyBookie gets you in the game.
MyBookie.ag does just that. Code Next Round on a deposit of $50 or more. You get a cash bonus that's instantly in your MyBookie account. Now, a lot of people will do that, but what a lot of people will not do, or maybe anybody, is let you bet it just one time and it becomes yours. A lot of times you got to go 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 bets or whatever before that becomes yours. And, I mean, let's face it, you may never see it. Not at MyBookie, my friends. You go make that deposit. They give you a cash bonus on that deposit. You use it right away, and then it belongs to you forever. Keep winning at MyBookie.ag, and it just keeps growing. NFL playoffs this weekend, college basketball this weekend, NBA, UFC. weekly blackjack tournaments, all of that right there at mybookie.ag, code next round. mybookie.ag, code next round. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with MyBookie. Get a cash bonus. Use it right away. You win. It's yours. mybookie.ag, code next round.
Nick Saban catching some heat about his final coaches poll rankings. I'll just give you some background of some other SEC coaches. Hugh Freeze, Kirby Smart, Sam Pittman. They all had Georgia number 1, Tennessee number 5, Alabama 6, LSU 14 in the final rankings. Nick Saban had Alabama number 2 and Georgia number 1. And some people, like our buddy Matt Hayes at Saturday Down South, is a little upset, saying this is the biggest tantrum Nick Saban has ever thrown in his time at Alabama.
Matt Hayes, that's a bit of an oversell right there. I've seen Nick Saban throw some huge tantrums. At one point, the coaches poll was obligated to vote the team that lost in the championship game number 2. I don't guess that's the case anymore. They were under that obligation at one point.
I do not remember that, but
that was back in the BCS day. Yeah, so I guess they're not under that obligation anymore to make that vote. Again, I brought up the AP poll, and a lot of people were like, "Well, who are you going to put there? I mean, who are you going to put at number 2?" Really, who would?
Yeah, but if I'm Nick Saban, I've won 7 national championships. It's not even worth the blowback to put Alabama at number 2.
Well, here is the save, and this is Brett McMurphy. All your ballots throughout the year are not public in the coaches poll, but your final one is. And Nick Saban, this is his ballot: Georgia, Alabama, TCU, Michigan, Ohio State, Tennessee. So he's got Ohio State 5, who was a shanked field goal away from beating Georgia at number 5. Now, my fear here, and I do not know, I have zero facts on this. My fear here is that Nick Saban did not do that poll.
You think somebody else in the building did it?
That's my fear.
College football ops guy?
That's my fear.
I just think when Nick Saban's name is being stamped on something that is going to be public like that, he's at least got to approve it.
Yeah, or Nick Saban says, hey, it's a coaches poll vote. I don't care. Yeah. You do whatever. Big guy, who would you put it to, though?
I would have put TCU.
After that game.
Yep. I don't think they're the second best team.
Well, then why would you put them at number 2?
Because it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Okay, but let's assume it matters. Let's just say it matters. Let's just say you don't want the blowback. You just said Nick Saban's, getting blowback or whatever.
Then I would put Ohio State at number 2.
I would have no problem with that.
But then Michigan beat Ohio State.
They did. I'd have no problem if you put them at number 2.
I tell you that I don't want to vote.
I don't either. Yeah. That's why you don't want to vote, because votes like this are hard, because you look at it and you're like, TCU is not number 2. They've lost 2 of their last 3 games and got destroyed in one of them. In any other week, TCU wouldn't even be in the top 10. Like when TCU lost to Kansas State, they would have dropped maybe mid-top 10. And when they got their doors blown off Georgia, any other week of the year, TCU would have dropped out of the top 10. Am I wrong about that?
No, you're exactly right.
So why in the last poll do you say, well, then they're number 2?
It's not the only significant rankings Alabama's number 2 in, not to come to Nick Saban's defense. But they pay Bill Connolly at ESPN a lot. I don't know how much. They pay him at ESPN. He at least gets a check from them to do his SP Plus rankings. It's a metric, everything fed into a computer. Georgia is 1, Alabama's 2 in the final SP Plus rankings, much like the Nick Saban ranking there. But here's what Matt Hayes says Saturday Down South. In the history of Saban tantrums, this might be the best, just on sheer ballsiness, that he puts Alabama at number 2.
I could make an argument Alabama's the second best team in the country, and the argument that a lot of people would say is, well, then how is Tennessee not? They beat them head-to-head. How does LSU not? They beat them head-to-head. And those are valid arguments.
There is, but if you're, not to be in Nick Saban's head, he could say, at the end of the year, I feel like we're the second best team. As I'm doing this ballot, I feel like we're the second best team. We lost those games on one play, and Bryce wasn't 100%. He's 100%. You saw it in the Sugar Bowl. Boom, boom, boom.
I don't think that's a valid argument, but those are. It's. You can make that argument for like 5 or 6 teams. That's the problem, or maybe even more. Heck, I don't know.
Yeah, but what do you have to gain by putting your team at number 2?
Nothing really. What do you have to lose by doing it?
You're going to get criticized. Not that he cares.
Not that he cares. Yeah, that's right. I don't know who you put at number 2.
Right? What it shows me, though, with him putting Alabama at number 2 is he thinks they belonged in the 14 playoff.
Matt Hayes goes a little further in his column at Saturday Down South. He thought it was just a message to Kirby Smart in his program that, hey,
we coming.
We're not going away. Basically, we're coming. To quote the great Deion Sanders, the great American poet Deion Sanders, we coming.
Yeah.
That we're not done.
Yeah.
And he thought maybe that's Kirby would see it, and it's a nice little reminder. Hey, we're coming.
Yeah. I mean, but back to your point, Lance. I mean, Nick Saban said himself. I mean, he was campaigning to be in the playoffs. He obviously thought they deserved to be in the playoffs. I mean, he made that abundantly clear when he went on Fox and campaigned for it at halftime of the Big Ten game. So he obviously thought this deserved to be a playoff team, which again is very subjective. But I think it's as much, I don't know, maybe it's a message to his team. Maybe he feels like this is what his team needs. I don't know.
Rockstar's Viewing Menu is brought to you every day by our friends at New Life Art. A lot of great memories. He could have. He never painted a Charles White Legion Field portrait, but he could have that day back in 1978. But a lot of Daniel's great early paintings were right there at Old Legion Field.
Yeah, for over 40 years, he's been putting together incredible art. New Life Art, bringing you memorable sports moments by Daniel A. Moore. 1-800-735-2787 for more information. You can view that art right now. Go to danielmooreart.com.
Were you guys a fan of Scooby-Doo back in the day?
I was.
Yeah, the cartoon.
Absolutely, yeah.
If you had to take one character out of that and make a series about that individual, who would you
Well, it
make?
would not be, I know who you've got here, would not be that individual.
To me, it would be Thelma.
Velma?
Velma.
Velma.
No, I would have gone with the Daphne.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think I'd have gone Daphne or Fred.
No Shaggy?
No Shaggy. No, Shaggy did not
comes with
interest me.
Scoobs. It is Velma. Mindy Kaling is coming out with a animated series on HBO Max called Velma that focuses on her.
What interested you about Velma?
No, I just think she was the more interested. That's the one with the glasses.
Yeah,
right?
she's the smart one.
She was the smart one. She did a lot of the crime solving, and she was the brains behind the operation. She did a lot of the crime solving. So occasionally, Shaggy and Scooby would fall into the answers, but it would take Velma, who I thought was Thelma until right now.
It's okay.
But that's who I had not seen this story. And Mindy Kaling's really good at writing.
She is.
So
I don't know why she goes here, but it's interesting because a lot of stuff on HBO Max gets canceled. That's the new thing where people are pissed off at HBO Max and Netflix just canceled. Like 1899 got canceled after one season. People were upset. They're not going to do it for second season. Also, not much tonight, but in theaters tomorrow, A Man Called Otto with Tom Hanks, which I have no interest in.
Yeah, it didn't strike me as very interesting.
And all the reviews are saying like, "Oh, finally Tom Hanks is back into form." What?
Yeah.
What's he doing?
He's
Like
just a bitter
he's
old
talking to a
man.
kid about a driver's license.
He
or
just
something.
seems like he takes bad scripts now. The last thing he did of relevance to me was Captain Phillips.
Correct.
Yeah.
And then
Did you see he said that there was, and Spielberg confirmed this, that there was a sequel to Forrest Gump?
Yeah.
And 9/11 killed it.
well, they said they couldn't really make it work anyway.
Yeah.
They couldn't make anything work. And also, finally, LeBron James is remaking House Party. This time, it's LeBron James letting people watch his house while he goes out of town, and they decide to have a party.
I've seen the trailer to this.
Yeah,
I
so
did too. It looks
that opens
terrible.
tomorrow.
Yeah, as you would imagine, it's the house party's going on, and then some stuff gets broken, and then something valuable gets stolen. So it's pretty crazy. JJ's right. One of my favorite movies of all times is Velma and Louise.
They were good. Brad Pitt, a little aggressive in that film.
Yeah, it was.
That's what Rockstar is watching. Brought to you by our friends at New Life Art.
Yeah, again, bringing you memorable sports moments by Daniel A. Moore for over 40 years. For more information and to view that incredible work, go to danielmooreart.com.
A little NFL breaking news here. The NFL has selected Mercedes-Benz Stadium in Atlanta for the neutral site AFC Championship game if it were to happen.
That was the dream for us. Remember we talked about it.
We talked about it. Now, that's going to be a tough ticket. Lance
Really tough ticket.
discouraged me because he estimated that ticket is in the $3,000 range for good tickets. That seems Super Bowl level, but, I mean, this is
I'm
a
just
step short
telling
of
you,
the Super
whether
Bowl.
it's Buffalo, Kansas City, or Cincinnati, any of those fan bases will pay top dollar. What you've got to hope for is the Chargers are there, or the Jags.
Well, then it wouldn't be there.
Then it'd be
Kansas
Kansas
City.
City.
That's right.
It's got to be Bills,
right.
Bengals.
Yep.
I mean,
Yep.
Bills, Chiefs, anybody else. I
don't even think the Bengals factor
that's
into
right.
this anymore.
It's got to be Bills, Chiefs. That's it.
right. It's going to be Bills, Chiefs. So if it's Bills, Chiefs, Sunday, January 29th, they've already announced the start time. I guess that was already set in stone. NFC's early, AFC's late. It's going to be a 5:30 Central kick, Sunday, January 29th. in Atlanta if it is Bills and Chiefs.
Yeah, but could it end up being the Chiefs and the Bengals?
Not in Atlanta.
No, not in Atlanta.
Nope.
It'd
The
be in
Bengals,
Kansas City.
Yeah, I don't think the Bengals factor in anymore.
Well, the Chiefs have got the number 1 seed, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Right. But they had to play out.
Yeah, but why would they play in Cincinnati?
They wouldn't play in
They wouldn't play in
Kansas
Cincinnati.
City.
They play that in Kansas City.
The only way this works out is if it was
If
the
it's
scenario
Buffalo.
Yeah,
If
Buffalo
it's
and
Bills,
Kansas City.
yeah.
It's because of the game that wasn't played.
Yeah.
It's
No, I get it.
It's a what-if scenario.
Again, it's been confusing for weeks, but I get it.
Yeah, it's pretty clear now. It's Bills Chiefs, and if that's the game, it's going to be played in Atlanta instead of Kansas City.
What I don't know is if I have a suite that is at Mercedes-Benz Stadium.
It's a great question.
Do I get that for everything?
Nope.
I don't get it for concerts, football
Well,
games,
I thought that's
soccer
the way
games.
the seat license worked.
I think you get a certain amount of events.
I guarantee you there's a premium level I could pay where I got everything.
Probably,
I bet you.
yeah.
And if you've paid that, the answer would have to be yes.
What's maybe one of our corporate friends that has one of those suites at the stadium that maybe you've sat in before.
Yeah, but the only
Can get us in the
so
AFC
a couple that
Championship
I've
game?
sat at, they've only had it for that specific,
Just for that one event.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which probably means it was sold to them by somebody else. I would be interested if the ticket is not that crazy going over there. I mean, when are you going to get? You guys have never been to you've been to an NFC Championship, right?
No, I've been to every level of a playoff except for the championship.
I mean, if I'm being realistic with myself, what are my odds of ever going to an AFC Championship game? They're pretty low, right?
not with
As
the
a
Dolphins.
fan, thank you, Lance. As a fan, that's fairly low, right? I wasn't necessarily talking about my franchise, but since Lance decided to kneecap my franchise there, I mean, this is your chance, and it's just right down the road.
But it does sound it's going to be a lot more expensive than I thought. Brooks in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room from a couple of pages back on our conversations about who could be the next TCU. He goes, remember, DJ Uiagalelei is at Oregon State. Could Oregon State be that from nowhere team to make a run?
But yeah, they could be. I mean, Jonathan Smith's a tremendous coach. They won 10 games this past year. They're going to be ranked in the top 25. Your problem is Pac-12's gotten a lot deeper.
Yeah, Pac-12 is the conference quarter. I mean, DJ is at very best, from what we've seen, a mid-tier quarterback in that conference, right?
He's an upgrade from what they had.
But he's still a mid-tier guy based on the rest of that conference.
I would agree.
All right, top of the hour here, Tom Luginbill coming up. Looking at some of the candidates from the list Nicole Auerbach from The Athletic has thrown out there. One of the interesting candidates that she thinks will be up for the job would be Jim Phillips of the ACC. You just don't see people move from Power 5 commissioner job to another Power 5 conference.
But if I can make that move, I'd do it in a heartbeat.
And as I expected, Ohio State Athletic Director Gene Smith is being mentioned. I was just checking to make sure that some SEC athletic directors
like Greg Byrne
were not on this list.
If it were Pac-12, Byrne's name was and would be mentioned again. I don't know about the Big Ten, though.
I thought he got thrown out there for the Big 12 as well. I do not see Greg's name mentioned there in this Big Ten conversation. Luginbill updates us on everything going on in college football. We'll ask him about the two quarterbacks that could possibly be on the move, Walker Howard, who is in the portal from LSU, and Jaden Rashada, who did play in his Under Armour All-Star game back on January 3rd. What kind of talent are we talking about there? And a lot more football with our buddy Luginbill. That's coming up on the other side. The show being brought to you by our friends at Redmond Vodka, Redmond Distilling. On the countdown to March Madness, make sure when you're watching basketball, you're enjoying Charles Barkley's drink. It's Redmond Vodka.
Yes, it is locally owned and operated. Their aim, clarity and taste, color and smell. Vodka perfection. Redmond Vodka made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, no harsh aftertaste, 8 times distilled. Available at your local package and ABC stores, including Pink Package in the beverage place. Ask for it by name. Available in 20 states as well. It's Redmond Vodka.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
King Real Estate School can prepare you for a new career, and they've got a new class starting January 23rd. It's taught by a working broker who teaches from real-world experience. King Real Estate School even includes exam prep for the Alabama pre-license exam. The full 10-week course is only $399, and discounts are available for military, first responders, and teachers. Visit kingrealestateschool.com to learn more or to sign up for the January 16th kickoff. That's kingrealestateschool.com. King Real Estate School license number 154952.
Football is back, and you can check out the new arrivals in the Next Round store. Support the brand by grabbing a t-shirt, hoodie, or hat. See the latest gear online at nextround.store. That's nextround.store. We've got gear in your favorite team colors, perfect to wear to the stadium or tailgate. All the gear has been approved by everyone on the show. Quality and comfort that's perfect to share as a gift. Just visit nextround.store. That's nextround.store, the official store of Double Down Media.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com.
Man, I love a good meal. I'm Jim Dunaway. A good meal is what you get with my friend Sterling at Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. We're talking great southern fried chicken, wonderful sides, hand-cut chicken fingers, po' boys, and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. You got a perfect menu for everybody. Champy's Chicken is perfect for watching the big game or taking a meal to the lake house, down to the coast, or stay in the restaurant and dine in a great atmosphere. It's all made fresh to order right there on 119 in Alabaster, Champy's Chicken.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Don't forget 23% off right now in our Next Round store if you have the chance and want to go out there and get some cool t-shirts, hats, and sweatshirts, hoodies, and all that. 23% off everything as we celebrate 2023. A lot of great NFL football Saturday, Sunday, and Monday coming up. We'll talk more about that in our Pepsi countdown to kickoff in a bit. But as we get going this hour, it's Tom Luginbill time, being brought to you in part by our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken, champyschicken.com. Sterling was up here just this week talking a little football with us about what he saw in the national championship game. He knows his football, but he knows his southern fried chicken even better. Those great fried chicken plates, all the sides, the Mississippi Delta recipe tamale, and so much more. It is champyschicken.com, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Go check it out. Perfect to watch football this weekend.
All right, ESPN's Tom Luginbill is with us now. He's going to give us some streaming and movie ideas as well. We are going to start with a little college football with him, though, on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What's up, Lugs? How are you?
Hey, how we doing? Well, let's see. It's still morning your time.
Barely.
Different day, different time, same bat channel.
Yes, that is absolutely correct. How good is Jaden Rashada? I mean, I don't know what's going to happen in Florida, but is he worth it?
To be honest with you, I don't know if I would say if any player is worth that.
Yeah.
And again, a lot of it's speculation right now, and a lot of it's rumor and innuendo, and we're in this sloppy name, image, and likeness mess, and everybody wants to point towards that real easily. I did see a report today that his father has claimed that he has not requested a release from the University of Florida. So he's a good player. There's lots of good players, and I think that I don't know really how to comment on it without knowing all of the factors that are at play here. And I think probably safer not to. But this is the world we're living in now. This isn't going to be the last time we see something like this happen. It's gonna get crazy.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Brown was asking specifically about the off the field details, but the on the field, you saw him at the Under Armour All-Star game.
Yeah.
He's that kind of talent. What is in whoever ends up with Rashada? What are they getting in a quarterback?
He's very, very similar to Jaden Daniels at LSU. Very similar. Probably isn't as naturally gifted of a just take off and run type of guy. He's a good athlete. But very similar in size, stature, arm talent, all of those sorts of things. There's no question he's gifted. And I just got off a call for our final rankings for the 2023 class. And, each time we seem to get together and talk about it, we've never had 3-4 potential quarterbacks in the top 10 ever in 18 years. So it's a really, really good class. Now, he's not a top 10 overall player in our mind. But certainly a top 50 relative to the other competitors in his position.
Well, speaking of LSU and Jaden Daniels, one of the reasons Walker Howard is entering the portal is because of Jaden Daniels and Nussmeier, and he's quarterback 3. Yeah. How good is Walker Howard? And if he goes to TCU, is he a guy that can beat out Chandler Morris?
Yeah, he's really good. Had him a year ago as well. Just really, he got injured late in the season. Came down to the Under Armour game, couldn't play because of the injury. But we really, really liked him. We really liked him early on in the process, too. I thought, and I get it. Listen, Garrett Nussmeier's got a lot of time left on the clock. And he's obviously proven that he's going to be their next guy. He's played enough and has a good enough sample size. If that move were to happen to TCU, I think it would be a fantastic fit. I really, really believe that. He's a similar runner to Max Duggan, which I think is interesting, which makes him probably a little bit better than Chandler is. But let's not forget, Chandler Morris beat out Max Duggan. That's the guy that they were going to go with. And then all of a sudden he goes down. So certainly it would be competitive, but I think it would be a great landing spot for him.
ESPN's Tom Luginbill is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. At Tom Luginbill on Twitter. You see him all over the place on ESPN. When you look at what Georgia has, and we got in the national championship game, remarkably, we got to see a lot of their second team. This does not look like a team that is going to fall off at. Now, look, we still got to see who's going away in the NFL, but they lost like 15 guys last year, Luke. This is not a team that is falling off at all, it doesn't appear.
No, they're not. Now, I think obviously there are going to be a lot of questions at the quarterback position in terms of what are they going to have there? Is it good enough? Will it be to the standard that they, became accustomed to with Stetson Bennett or even a Jake Fromm before that? He was highly successful there too. Well, listen, what we saw in the national championship game is reflective of what I feel like we, the four of us, talk about all the time on this show. And it's the depth and the caliber of player, not so much the age, not so much the inexperience. That stuff will come. It's when one guy goes off the field and the other guy comes on and you don't notice the other guy that went off the field. Like, there's not a glaring tell there. There's not a gaping hole that an opponent says, oh, we'll attack them right here. That's just their roster is so deep, top to bottom, and talented. And it's talented at all the right areas, right? Corner, defensive end, outside linebacker, edge guys, interior people, and then in the offensive line as well. So they're not going anywhere. But I would also make the argument that, you look at them, Alabama looks just like them. Ohio State, to some degree, looks like them at some spots. We've seen the best Clemson teams look exactly like Georgia and Alabama have looked. And this is really the difference between them and everybody else. And it's not changing.
NIL is always everyone's default answer now on when somebody leaves one school and goes to another. But you've covered recruiting a long time. When I see Jordan Birch leave South Carolina, and he was a contributor big time this year on the Gamecocks defense, and he's going to Oregon. But you do a little research, you see Dan Lanning was one of his top recruiters. He wanted to play for Lanning at Georgia. This seems like he's finally getting his wish. He did enough on the field to finally Lanning say, okay, I really could use him. That seems like a big playmaker that Oregon is getting to add that Duck defense next year.
It's absolutely huge because it's at a position that there is such a void of conference-wide in the Pac-12. For every Kayvon Thibodeau that was at Oregon, right, Well, heck, there's 5 or 6 of those guys in 3 different states in the southeast portion of this country. So you get a Jordan Birch, now all of a sudden he goes to a team like that, and they're not used to seeing that type of personnel up front. That's the type of guy, right? That's where Lincoln Riley and USC better start making up some ground, because for all of their transfer portal guys and the job that they did, they're not in the right positions. Dan Lanning just went out and got a potential difference maker at a key position that everybody in that conference is lacking. So good for Dan Lanning, good for that Oregon staff. That outside of Dason McCullough, who is the defensive end, outside linebacker guy that was at Indiana last year that Oklahoma signed out of the portal, that might be the best defensive pickup in the portal so far.
Wow.
Better chance of starting for Hugh Freeze next year, Robbie Ashford or a portal guy that we haven't seen yet?
Oh, I'd have to know who the portal guy is, because if it's an experienced one.
I mean, Spencer Sanders is still in the mix, right?
I know. I would hope so. I mean, the guy's thrown for almost 10,000 yards. He'd be an ideal fit for that offense. Everything we've seen Hugh Freeze do offensively, Spencer Sanders would fit right into that. I felt the same way about Grayson McCall. He decides to stay at Coastal Carolina. I did not feel that way about a Devin Leary type guy. I did not think that was going to be a great fit. But Robbie Ashford's got a chip on his shoulder, man. And I think he's just about sick and tired of everybody telling him how bad he is of a football player. But with that needs to come improvement in the passing game. You can be upset all you want at people dogging you, but you got to perform in the passing game. And if you can't, you're probably going to be standing next to Hugh Freeze instead of standing on the middle of the field.
Do you think Notre Dame is national championship good just adding Sam Hartman, or did it need to be more than that?
No, they're not national championship good just adding him. I think he's a fantastic addition. I really do. But I'm looking at the rest of their roster. You know, they're not playing with the guys that we just discussed with Georgia. They're not playing with Alabama's guys. I do think they are on a really, really sound, solid path. I thought they made some inroads in recruiting that I hadn't seen them make before. A really, really good class. And Marcus Freeman deserves a lot of credit for that.
It's the first time we've had a chance to talk to you since the beatdown on Monday. It was
the scrimmage.
It was such a big deal that the Big 12 not only got in to the college football playoffs, but it wasn't Texas and Oklahoma who's going away. So there was a lot of chest puffing from the Big 12. They get a win over Michigan, then they get to the championship game. Was more harm done to the conference by that beatdown, or did TCU make some inroads for the future of the Big 12? What's your big picture takeaway from that?
Well, I think the long-term outlook for TCU is really, really strong. Now, what type of impact does that have on the conference? I don't know, because I was standing on the sideline and witnessed the same beatdown, not to that extent, of the team that beat TCU in the Big 12 championship game by Alabama, who completely dismantled Kansas State. And so I think that all of the positives that were accumulated in favor of TCU are going to pay huge dividends going forward. Yes, they lost the national championship game. Nobody thought they'd be there in the first place. But as this was all unfolding, look at how their brand was expanded. Look at the exposure that they experienced in a way that it's never even come close to touching that program. In the midst of all of this, they announced a huge endowment and investment in their athletic facilities, a brand new football operations facility. Recruiting's going to obviously continue to grow and be outstanding. Private institution there. You're sitting there right in the smack dab of one of the most talent-rich states in the country. So I think Baylor and Texas Tech, Kansas State, and Oklahoma State still have to carry their weight, though. I mean, they've got – you got to have multiple 10-win teams out of that conference. And they certainly haven't been Oklahoma and Texas in the last couple of years.
Luginbill, we did an exercise just a little bit ago. All three of us picked our TCU for next year. We did it on the fly, so let's make you do it on the fly.
Oh, a TCU.
And as you're thinking, we'll go around. Brown went BYU.
Yeah, I went BYU. Don't even know their schedule. They play at Arkansas at a conference, but they'll get a Big 12 schedule. But I don't know, I don't know who it is yet. So I went BYU.
I went Texas A&M because Jimbo has dumbed it down so much that the expectations are zero. And we had TCU in our preseason ranking at 57. Well, that's about where Texas A&M will be this offseason. Yeah,
I went Texas Tech. I like what Joey McGuire's doing. You got 17 returning starters. Tyler Shuck's quality quarterback. They are using the portal right now to go to Group 5 schools and bring in big guys.
And it made us discover that week 2, Texas Tech plays host to Oregon. That's a heck of a week 2 game. Yeah.
But the biggest answer.
By the way,
the biggest answer from our viewers was Wisconsin. Go ahead.
Oh, interesting. I would probably say Utah. All right, because I feel like I'm still not so sure that top to bottom they weren't the best overall team in that league. Or Florida State. Florida State has. I think this is going to be the first offseason we've had where Clemson's not going to be picked to win the ACC. And I know that's not a TCU type team. Utah is a little bit more than that. I like your Texas Tech pick. And by the way, you talk about a program with some pretty deep coffers and a lot of backing and a lot of power brokers and a lot of facilities upgrades going on in Lubbock. That thing, if Joey McGuire does that thing right, and he can get kids on campus early on in the recruiting process, that thing could go to another level.
All right, ESPN's Tom Luginbill isn't just a football and recruiting expert. Luginbill also watches tons in the offseason of streaming and way too many things. So we want some great streaming recommendations or movie recommendations from Tom Luginbill now.
Well, I'm just starting to get back into it now because we're obviously coming off a bowl season, but I just kicked off this Kaleidoscope show on Netflix. You guys heard of this?
Yeah, what color did you go with first?
I didn't choose one. It just gave me one. It gave me green.
Okay.
So I'm just now getting into it. I'm liking it. I like the concept of it and going to be curious to see how the whole thing plays itself out. And aside from that, man, I got to look into a lot of things. I'm still just completely in love with Tulsa King, obviously.
It's
oh, man.
It's my favorite on right now. And I don't know if it's only going to be 10 episodes because episode 9 was this past week. We might only have one more this season. But I can't, and you and I have talked about this. I mean, Stallone, this is probably his best work.
Yes, absolutely. And I don't think anybody thought it was going to be funny, and it's so freaking funny, man. That's what makes it so good. And then, oh no, it's going to slip my mind now.
Well, real quick, while you think of it, Jody, and I'm sorry, Jody says, tell Luginbill the last 2 episodes of Mayor of Kingstown are the best thing Taylor Sheridan has ever done. That's in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room.
Oh, so is season 2 already out?
Yeah, season 2's out.
Mayor of Kingstown. It is? Okay, so I love that. I haven't started the second season. That's probably what I'm going to have to start here soon. But I thought that last episode of 1923 was really good. Not this last Sunday, but 2 Sundays ago.
Yeah, so I told you I gave up Yellowstone because of Beth Dutton, but I loved Rip. I thought Cole Hauser's character was great.
What do you mean? Wait, whoa, hold on a second. Because of Beth?
Yeah.
Why?
She's too much. If we were able to cut her tongue out, then we'd be okay.
Luginbill, you're going to love this. Look at Luginbill. She's the reason I didn't watch the show. Like, I watched the first episode, which is basically a feature-length film, and I came back in and asked these two, I was like, that Beth Dutton character, is she a major character? And they're like, oh, she only gets bigger. And I'm like, I am out. Can't watch it.
I'm a fan of strong women, so I eat Beth Dutton up.
You two are delicate daffodils.
Yeah, that's fine.
No, it gets on my nerves.
No way Rip would put up with that. But what I was going to say, as good as the Rip character is in Yellowstone, this Spencer character in 1923 is a bad MFer.
I know, man. I love it. I mean, there's such good. So I'm glad you reminded me of Mayor of Kingstown because I got to get back. I got to get back on that one. There's no question, and I got to catch up on some Tulsa Kings because I was traveling for so long. And then next thing you know, I'll be freaking doing the XFL. I'm not gonna have time to do anything.
Hey, that's right. Yeah, that got announced yesterday. The XFL. Whose crew are you on? Who are you with?
I'm in the booth with John Schriffen and Stormy Buonantoni's on the sideline as a reporter, and Harry Douglas is on the other sideline as an analyst.
Yeah, and that starts in February, right after the Super Bowl, right?
February 18th. Yeah, I'm in DC on Sunday night, 8 p.m. Eastern on ESPN. It's ironic because that was the first game we had in 2020 too, was in DC. Great atmosphere, great environment. They'll be packed house.
Hey, one more for you, and I know you've seen the previews are on nonstop, but it's HBO's newest, The Last of Us. It's based on that video game.
Yeah, what is that?
I don't know, but I mean the critic reviews have been incredible. Pedro Pascal,
Rockstar?
who you know is in it.
Mandalorian.
It's kind of like a zombie thing. It's
zombies again.
Kind of like it's supposed to be authentic to the game.
It's
people are loving it.
apocalyptic. It's a fungal infection that has killed off mankind, and they go on some kind of cross country. There's one surviving girl that is immune, and he's got to get her across the country. Looks good.
Oh, I'm down with that. I love how crusty Ryan got real quick. Oh, zombies.
No, I don't want zombie crap. It's been done to death, man. Let's move on from the zombie stuff. Rhett says Lugs is his favorite guest. He says that in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. We love Lugs.
Oh, my goodness. There's one.
There's one. You finally got it. We had to do a whole season, but you finally got one.
A Twitter poll.
So, honestly, Luginbill, you would sit on a cross-country flight next to Beth Dutton and talk to her the entire time.
Not only talk to her, stare at her.
That's creepy, Lugs. All right.
Sorry.
He is ESPN's Tom Luginbill. Always good with his time. You'll see him next on the XFL in February. Follow him on Twitter at Tom Luginbill. Thank you very much, Lugs. Have a great week. And
hey, guys, have a great one.
All right, buddy. Luginbill with us on the Johnston RVCenter.com hotline.
And the show being brought to you in part by our friends at Bromberg's. Perfect tie-in to things that maybe have gone on in other centuries or stuff. Bromberg's have been successful for almost 2 full centuries.
Yeah, think about that. Bromberg's, they've been getting it done forever, just the diamond specialist. And right now, Bromberg's is thrilled to be affiliated, the official Oris jeweler, and introduce another fine timekeeping brand to the Birmingham community. Oris was founded by Paul Catton and Georges Christian in the Swiss town of Holstein back in 1904. Today, Orvis, one of the small handful of Swiss watch brands that makes only mechanical watches. A mechanical watch is a thing of beauty, designed according to principles that have been around for generations and will continue long into the future. An Oris watch is an item built to last and provide a lifetime of enjoyment. Available at the Summit or online. Call 205-969-1776 for more information. You can always shop online at Bromberg's, Brombergs.com, or specifically Brombergs.com/watches/Oris.
All right, Derek Mason has left Oklahoma State after 1 year, the one-time Auburn DC and the head coach at Vanderbilt. What was he, 1 year at Auburn, now 1 year at Oklahoma State. So after being a head coach in the SEC, he is now one and done at 2 different schools. It did seem like a weird fit. It seemed like a weird fit when he came to work with Brian Harsin at Auburn, and then it seemed even weirder when he went to work with Gundy at Oklahoma State. But
yeah,
you cannot.
It did, but you wonder if, and Travis Ryer asked this question, I saw our buddy with Bama Online, might he reunite with David Shaw if Shaw gets one of these NFL jobs?
Yeah, I can't believe that Shaw's in the mix.
I really
for this
can't
team
either.
yet.
He interviewed, for those that don't know, with the Broncos yesterday. He's part of in the mix there. I don't know how many others David Shaw will be looked at, but to me, back in the day at Stanford, Derek Mason was a really good defensive coordinator. That's how he got the Vandy job. It just has not worked out for him since he left the head coaching position at Vandy to try to recreate that. So Oklahoma State's defense wasn't as good this year. Auburn's defense was good at times, not as good as Auburn fans are used to. So 2 one-and-done stops from Derek Mason there after leaving the head coaching job down there. So that's one story that's out there today. Another one is basketball. We'll get some more post-game sound for you when we come back and do Trash on the Table. All that's coming up next right here on the Next Round, being brought to you in part today by our great friends of Slice Pizza. It's rainy outside today. Just 2 good slices and a salad. What does that sound like for lunch today? Warm, good, excellent pizza right there in your stomach. You can get that with our friends at Slice.
Yeah, and again, voted best pizza in all of Alabama by TV Guide. It's local pizza. It's local ingredients. The Bajaya brothers, the late Jeff, Jason Bajaya, Chris Bajaya do such a great job of that incredible concept. The original location in Lakeview, one right down the road in Vestavia, one in Montevallo, and one opening next week in Crestline. Get in, try the incredible specialty pizzas, those fire-baked wings, delicious salads, an incredible selection of beer. Again, local pizza, local ingredients. For more information, slicebirmingham.com.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Everyone makes New Year's resolutions. This year, make the best resolution ever. If you are buying a new home in 2023, use Holly Mack Wilson and get started right away. Let an experienced professional help you get your home ready to sell before the spring buying season. Holly Mack Wilson can help you with all your home buying and selling needs anytime, anywhere in Alabama. Make the best resolution ever and call today 205-901-9446 or online at hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, an anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams agent.
Double the fun and more ways to win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play thousands of your favorite games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. The new Ride plus $50,000 cash giveaway is going on right now. We're giving away a Ford Bronco, Jeep Wrangler, and $50,000 cash. The more you visit, the more chances you have to win. Drawings October 21st and 22nd. Come win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Must be 21 or older, must be present to win.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Let's get into our sounds of the game last night, brought to you by our friends at Way to Wellness. If you're looking to lower cholesterol numbers, lower blood pressure numbers, lower the number on the scale, you can do it with our friends at Way to Wellness. We're over there, Leslie and her board-certified team. They have an amazing set of products, and they have an amazing plan. Not one plan for every person. It's not a cookie-cutter plan. The plan is designed specifically for you, and that plan is designed after your consultation where you talk about your goals and some of the things that you may struggle with. They come up with a plan that will help you lose weight. It is Way to Wellness. Here's the simple website to go get details. It's just aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. You'll find out there's no contracts, no sign-up fees, and your first consultation is absolutely free. A wonderful product. I highly recommend it. It is Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living. And the website, again, is aplanforme.com. Rockstar, let's go first with cut number 3, Brandon Miller of Alabama. Here he is. I saw the Athletics did a mock draft last night. He's the lowest I've seen him so far, number 5 in the latest NBA mock draft after being one and done at Alabama. So he's a top 5 NBA guy. And he did not take a shot in the first half as Alabama beats Arkansas 84-69. So he is a 0 factor in the first half on the scoring sheet. But in the locker room, he tells us what changed in the second half and how together this Alabama team is. Here's Brandon Miller.
It looked like Nate Oates got you a bucket right out of the half. You hadn't had a shot in the first half. Was there something said to you to kind of get you going? What was that like kind of coming into the second half?
I mean, it's like coming to any other game in the second half. I just play off my teammates, really. I mean, they get me going from the start to finish. So, I mean, really wasn't no talk. It was just my team just boosting my confidence.
They do have a confidence in each other, but what do you make where Alabama can be tied on the road at a place at Arkansas, 33-33, when your alpha, your number one, doesn't even attempt a shot? That says a lot about the roster, right?
Yeah, look, I mean, Nate Oates brought this up when we played the Sound. I think it was last week or the week before that, we didn't have the luxury last year. We only had a certain amount of guys that we could play. This year, if you're not playing at the level we want you to play at, we've got other options. So this team's got a ton of depth. They've got a ton of talent outside of Brandon Miller. He's obviously the most talented guy on that roster. But, yeah, they can win without him.
We, I think, have seen the last 2 weeks, though, or the last 2 games, not the last 2 weeks, I'm sorry, the last 2 games, that there are guys that have figured out how to take Brandon Miller out of the game defensively. But the good news about that is Brandon Miller does not get frustrated and go into a shell.
Oh.
In both games in the second half, he has found his offense.
Yeah.
And I think that's very encouraging if you're an Alabama fan. Slightly discouraging that teams are figuring out how to defend him a little bit, or they've got a good enough defender like Toppin was for Kentucky, in addition to last night, to defend him. But you got to be super encouraged that it doesn't get him off his game. He hit the 2 biggest shots of the game late.
Yeah, exactly. And that's
His only 2 3-point attempts.
That's what Nate Oates talks about right here, that it was Noah Clowney and Brandon Miller, that when the game could slip away and you get a loss at a place like Arkansas, it was the 2 freshmen that were just cold-blooded.
What was that like to have young guys like that in that building, in that environment, to be able to come through like that?
Man, Clowney's not scared of much, neither is Brandon, but we've seen it from Brandon. But Clowney stepped up big in some big games. I mean, I sat down and met with Clowney last night. They've shown that they're not going to guard guys that have lower percentages. He hadn't been shooting it great at the beginning of the year, so his percentage was lower. I thought he'd been shooting it well, though, since we got in conference. But I just told him, if you're open, your feet are set, like, don't hesitate, let it go. So, he went 3 for 4. Brandon went 2 for 2. Those freshmen combined to go 5 of 6. I thought that 3 Noah Gurley hit was big, too, kind of stave off a run from him. So, Brandon's been big, clutch. I mean, he makes big free throws. He's made big shots, but those 3 threes between the 2 of those guys there when we were making that run was huge.
So a big win for Alabama last night, 84-69. The Crimson Tide wins that. They're 4-0 in the SEC. They get LSU coming up this weekend. We had Bruce Pearl on the show earlier. You can get that video and audio wherever you get your podcast from. Well, I don't know about you guys. We're really all excited to be with the Squadron coming up Friday night. Tomorrow night, we'll all be down there. We have a specialty show we're doing on our video platforms. What time are we doing that? Is it 6?
It's scheduled at 6. I need to see what time they do the anthem. I don't want that awkward. We got the anthem going, so we got to be quiet. I got to figure all that out. So it might be a little bit before 6, just so we can get in a good hour before the anthem.
Yeah, so on the Friday night game, we're there 6 to 7, 5:30 to 6, 6:30, whatever the time we end up being. But we'll be at the game. You can come out too. But get this, the first 3,000 fans get a T-shirt when you come inside the door at Legacy Arena coming up on Friday night with the Squadron. And the tip's just after 7 o'clock there. And it's College and Sports Industry Night, sponsored by Morris Bard. So that's going on with the Squadron as well. They're just back from a California homestand. It's the Salt Lake City Stars that are in town. They turn around and play them again the very next night on Saturday down at Legacy Arena, as they honor the life and legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. And then they're back on the 17th with Rio Grande. Or is it Rio Grande? It's Grande, right?
It's Grande.
Yeah,
Rio Grande.
Or Grand, I think. Even.
Rio Grande even, right?
Rio Grande, sure.
Rio Grande Valley Vipers. I was ordering at Taco Bell for a second, right? That's Teacher Appreciation Night coming up on the 17th. Get your Squadron tickets at Ticketmaster.com or call 205-719-0850, 719-0850 or Ticketmaster.com for Squadron tickets. All right, more NFL talk coming up a little bit later this hour. Riley Norris back to Alabama basketball at the top of the hour. But right now, good point, Kevin. Ariana Grande.
Oh, it's true. Yeah. She's not Ariana Grande.
Yeah, it's not Ariana Grande.
Would you take her last name, Lance?
Are you talking about if I had to?
If you married her, if she was willing to marry you, would you be Lance Grande?
We know you would not be We know you would not be Mr. Beth Dutton.
Ooh, look at Lance thinking about this. I thought this was easy.
This isn't easy.
Lance Grande?
Lance Grande.
Giving up the name?
You're LG. Well, I mean, it is Ariana. It's your number one. It's your top seed.
But you have to admit, Ariana Taylor rolls off the lips. So to speak.
She ain't taking his name. Come on.
Let's do trash. Hit it,
Rockstar. Take me to Vegas for a weekend.
Bag up.
Back it up,
Bag up, Terry. What in reverse, Terry? What in reverse? Oh, Lord. Lord, Jesus. Oh, Lord. Oh, Jesus. What you doing, Terry?
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Stacy with a Y, by the way, says that's your porn name.
Lance Grande?
Lance Grande.
OLG.
Supersize it. We're bringing two different fast food joints together, right? With rates trending upward, save yourself money, stress, and time by buying your home with Mortgage Right's Lock and Shop program. With Mortgage Right's Lock and Shop program, you can lock in your interest rate before you start shopping for a home. If rates rise during your lock-in period, your interest rate will not be affected. Plus, you'll know your home buying budget ahead of time. Pre-approve your budget. Maintain a 90-day interest rate lock-in period today. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR. Call 205-815-9200 if you're in the Birmingham area. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. Our man Odell Beckham Jr. is in the news. Have you guys heard what happened the week of Thanksgiving?
You know I have not, Lance.
This is just breaking. And there is Odell Beckham Jr. was involved in an incident on a flight back in November, resulting in him being removed from the plane before takeoff.
Oh, I did see this, yeah.
Beckham was kicked off the plane for not putting on his seatbelt and cooperating with the request of the flight crew, which thought he was, quote, seriously ill, according to a statement released by Miami-Dade police. On Wednesday night, body cam footage of the incident was released. It shows exactly what happened before Beckham was escorted off the plane. The flight crew claimed Beckham didn't even have his pants on, refused to put on his seatbelt, which prevented the plane from departing. After police arrived, they told the crew that Beckham had his pants on, and it was up to the captain to decide whether Beckham should be removed from the plane. For him to be removed, the entire plane had to be deboarded.
Oh, wow.
When passengers began leaving the plane, Beckham is seen yelling at one man who told him to get off the plane. Quote, "You're going to wait 40 minutes. I'm going to be on a private plane home. Beck, get your bleep off the plane for a second. Enjoy the cheese board on the way back home with your ugly ass." A longer video of the incident was also released, showing what happened from the time the police got on the plane to Beckham being escorted through the airport. By the way, Beckham remains unsigned.
When that story,
shockingly,
when that story happened, he was on his way somewhere he was supposed to be, right, for a meeting. And he said that the reports that were coming out that the flight crew overreacted and that he cooperated 100%, never did not cooperate. So that's why I think they released the video cam.
Yeah.
To show that.
Well, they said he was so hammered from the night before that he was passed out at times, and the crew really thought something was going on.
That he was having a medical emergency, yeah.
The Girl Guides of Canada, they have renamed the Brownies branch. Now, we all remember growing up with, you had, Cub Scouts, Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts, and Brownies.
That's right.
Yeah, the Brownies are just the young Girl Scouts, right?
Yep.
Yeah, they're not fully baked.
They are now called the Embers, after the old name was deemed too racially divisive. They go on to say, the Girl Guides of Canada tweeted out on Wednesday, "Embers are full of potential, and when they work together, they can ignite a powerful flame."
Well, I'm something my ancestors were burned in the Salem witch trials.
That's true, Rockstar. That's a good point.
Turned into embers.
Yep.
I got to be honest, when I always thought Brownies, I thought about food.
I
don't
do
know
too.
why.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to say the Embers is actually kind of a better name.
The group said in November the old name has caused harm to some minority members and kept girls from joining.
Yeah, I don't think that's
They
true.
originally weren't the Brownies, though. They were originally they were formed in England in 1914, and they were called the Rosebuds.
I'm saying of all three, Embers is the best name.
Yep. And their initiation drive to get more people to join could be in November. They could be no Septembers. Novembers. That could be the drive. It sounds a lot like.
Good. That is good.
Yeah. Septembers. Could work in September too. Yeah.
Decembers.
Or Decembers. Yeah.
April. Ah, damn it.
Hey, you have a picture of this next one. Egyptian authorities arrested 3 people for trying to steal a millennial-old 10-ton statue of Pharaoh Ramses II.
They tried to steal that?
See, they say I don't know if this is the exact statue, but there's a bunch of pictures. But this is a 10-ton statue.
Yeah. All right, how are we gonna get that one, Earl?
Yeah.
Now, the defendants were caught in a quarry south of the city of Aswan with manual digging equipment and a crane.
Woo, this town stinks. It is Aswan.
They are suspected of planning to lift the Colossus out of the ground. The prosecutor's office said, adding it had ordered 3 defendants to be held in custody for 4 days pending investigations. Ramses II, one of the most famous pharaohs of the 19th dynasty, ruled for 67 years, was known as a great warrior and a prolific builder.
What would you do with it, though?
Yeah, you put that in your yard. It's not going in my yard, Russ.
Throw it out front of a casino in Vegas, right?
Did you steal this? Nope.
Casino built it last night.
So we're talking 20,000 pounds. Is that right? Plus?
Yes.
Yeah. I don't know. You can't get that in the back of the truck, I don't think.
The
without a Hemi.
Owner of Jordan's Fish and Chicken says he wants to make it clear his chain is not affiliated with the restaurant that community members are trying to get shut down. Now, last week, the Marion County Public Health Department closed a business with a copycat name after viral videos showed an unclean kitchen. The videos, which were provided to WTHR, have now been viewed hundreds of thousands of times, showing metal trays of food sitting on the floor, workers wearing no shoes stepping over them, and a mouse strolling across the floor of the convenience store area. Now, the owner of Jordan's Fish and Chicken has several locations throughout Indianapolis and wants to make sure customers know the difference.
The one with the mouse is temporarily closed, and they spelled chicken with just a K.
I don't think I've ever worked without my shoes on. I guess if you're a lifeguard.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, only when I get home, though, I take my shoes off. That's about the size.
Do you take your socks off, too?
It depends. Most of the time, no. Yeah. Most of the time when I'm at home, I'm in socks.
Go when you go into bed, right?
Yeah, that's about the only time I'm no shoes, no socks is a shower or bed.
Do you ever take your shoes off when you're at somebody else's house?
It just depends on how well I know them. Yeah.
No.
Yeah, I don't either.
Never.
I mean, I've got to know
getting
them.
in your pool.
I got to know them very, very well.
And then instantly you say I need to shave my toes waxed.
No.
Toes, okay.
Dunaway showed up at my pool with shaved toes where he had cut his big toe.
Only because the time before you said that I look like what's
Bilbo Baggins.
Yeah, Bilbo Baggins because I had hairy toes. Yeah,
and so he took it to heart. And he took a razor blade to it.
I had
I didn't mean you to cut yourself to pieces.
Well, it was a rush job because I was going back to your pool and I was like, damn, I didn't go get my toes waxed.
So if you went to an old school,
does anybody get their toes waxed?
I don't know. I didn't know if I was supposed to shave it or not.
If you went to an old school Asian house, you wouldn't take your shoes off like if that was their culture.
Oh,
you
yeah.
Right?
No, we had the Holbergs lived in our neighborhood, and
they don't sound Asian.
They would make you take your shoes off. I'm going to guess German. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
But, yeah, you had to take your shoes off.
Well, that's just tracking crap in the house.
There is a mysterious figure prowling the streets with a seemingly harmless but bizarre intention. The Cat Shaver of Coventry. Now, the number of cats in the West Midland city has been targeted by the unknown perpetrator since 2021. He shaves large, perfect squares into their fur.
Huh.
Now, the latest victim, 6-year-old Tallulah, is the first in more than a year. Her owner, Bonnie, who lives in the suburb of Radford, said she noticed the bald patch when her daughter picked up the beloved pet. She went on to say, quote, I thought maybe she licked the fur off her stomach or had itchy skin, but once we lay her on her back, we noticed it was quite a big patch, perfectly cut square.
So is it the same way on the other side, forming that little landing strip on the top, or is it just a square right there?
I don't know. They provide all angles.
Yeah.
Tallulah doesn't look happy, though.
No, cats aren't happy to begin with.
I remember we had, one of my fraternity brothers had a dog that actually lived in the fraternity house, and it came back one time and somebody had spray painted it green.
Oh, my. That seems over the top.
Yeah, it does.
It's not very nice.
It's very island-like to me.
Should have taken a baseball bat to whoever did that.
Do not like meanness to animals.
You don't like that?
Or humans.
Yes.
Here are some wedding traditions. In Sweden, stilling kisses. When the bride leaves the table in Sweden, all the ladies at the reception are free to steal a kiss from the groom. When the groom leaves the room.
Won't you get on out of here?
What country is this? You have Julie as one of your bridesmaids.
But when the groom leaves the room, all surrounding gentlemen are free to kiss the bride.
Yeah. What country is this again?
That's in Sweden.
Wow.
In Sweden.
Jeez. That was a dead hit right
That's
there.
3 straight days dead hit.
Is it really?
Yep.
No.
French Polynesia. Newlyweds step on relatives. After the wedding, the bride's relatives lie side by side, face down on the ground, while the bride and groom walk over them like a human rug.
I mean, that had to start somewhere.
Yeah.
Like, can
I
you
got
walk
an
on
idea.
my back, pop it for me?
Okay, in the Congo, it's no smiling on wedding day. While most newlyweds are giddy with excitement and anticipation, Congolese couples must keep their joy in check. The couple is not permitted to smile during their entire wedding day from ceremony to reception. If they do, it indicates they are not serious about marriage.
I think Maggie and I had a no-smile wedding day.
Knew it. I mean, I could have said the line, but I wasn't going to.
In South Korea, the groom's friends and family beat the bottoms of his feet with a stick of dried fish is part of the falaka ceremony.
Yeah, that makes sense, yeah.
Asked trivia questions in between beatings, which is said to help strengthen his memory and his feet.
He's asked trivia questions?
Yeah.
All right.
Which came first?
Well, I'm beating you with this fish right here. Do you want LT to rap or Rockstar to sing a love song?
Kim Kardashian.
And finally, a look at some amazingly bad album covers from the
You
past.
remember vinyl covers where people just had some great album covers. You got Freddie Gage, All My Friends Are Dead.
Oh my God. He is in a cemetery.
Hey, look at those
white shoes.
Those white boots that every sorority girl wore last football season.
That's true.
All My Friends Are Dead.
Freddie Gage.
That's very sad that all his friends died.
John Bolt. Julie Sweetstick's 16th birthday.
Oh, looks like he's trying to woo Julie.
And she looks excited.
Yeah, and he's
she
got
does
that
not like the look that she met Daniel Stern.
Got that sig in the ashtray.
I mean, look though, honest to goodness though, when Suttles grows, occasionally he grows a little chin beard, little hair in there, little in the chin
That
beard.
man's knocked out half the beer. Is he trying to talk her into drinking a beer?
Did you not look like that on your 16th birthday? Super excited.
When you were growing up, how ubiquitous were those ashtrays? They were
everywhere.
That same exact ashtray was everywhere.
What about Maddie? What's her name? Maddie Gnetz. Now that's a rough one.
Oh my! Any of them, Maddie?
Yeah, I think she's in the middle. She's the hot one in the middle.
We used to have a sales assistant, Pete. Looks like the guy with the what is that thing?
The accordion?
I don't remember Pete.
Do you remember Pete?
Pete's got some hair. No, I don't remember Pete.
I don't remember old Pete there, Lance.
What about?
I think I go to a faux Greek place occasionally here locally. I think that guy was doing my salad the other day. What is this?
Rudy Ray, man. This ain't no White Christmas.
What is that girl wearing in the middle?
Hey, that was Trooper Taylor after the Oregon game.
Rudy Ray Moore's Christmas album.
Get that on there.
Kill me there. I'm sorry. I was not expecting that one.
Put that star on the tree.
And then you got Wayne Cochran's one of the best hairdos in music
Wayne
history.
Cochran? Never heard of him, Rockstar. Oh, my God.
That is
Back to
Daniel
Miami.
Trump on steroids.
Jay Leno with Donald Trump's hair.
Going back to Miami.
That's a good suit, too.
Holy crap.
look.
That hair.
That's like cotton candy.
Yeah, it's awesome. And he's got his signature. And that's it.
Oh, wow. That's
Those were
incredible.
horrible albums. Was one of them Jimmy Page? We skip over that one. Did I see that one? Was there Jimmy Page up there? Or did I? Nope. Okay.
You don't like his music anyway.
Yeah, I was wondering if
Bad
Jimmy
album
Page
cover.
had one. Oh, there's one. Gary, getting down to business.
Oh, Gary? Is that Gary's album?
What do you want to do? Step in front of that phone booth.
Wait, what is it? Is that a belt buckle?
I don't know.
Well, it's not a cell phone because it's so long ago.
Or is that his black book of ladies?
Gary.
I bet it's his black book of ladies.
It's either that or a wallet.
Is it
One of
his
the two.
wallet?
Yeah. I bet old Gary, man. I bet they were lined up at the door, Lance. He didn't need a black book. Look at that
He
guy.
doesn't even need a last name.
Or a belt. What do they tell him to do with his hips, Rockstar?
Give me some sass.
That's Trash Today, brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Rate.
Hey, surging interest rates might be weighing down your decision to buy a home, but Mortgage Rate has a program that can lift the burden. If you're looking to save money on your new mortgage, a temporary interest rate buy-down may be just what you need. Mortgage Rate's temporary buy-down program, it lowers your initial interest rate during the early years of your mortgage, giving you a chance to save money in a more demanding housing market. With a variety of buy-down options and experts nationwide, Mortgage Rate can help you purchase your home with the best possible interest rate. Rates are on the rise, so it's more than wise to consider a temporary interest rate buy-down. Visit mortgagerate.com/TNR or call 205-815-9200.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Start your day on our website, nextroundlive.com. The morning rounds give you the top links to the stories you need to see before going to lunch with your buddies. At nextroundlive.com, you can also watch and listen to the show live, or download our top podcast and shop in the Next Round store. New arrivals, new downloads, new shows, new contests, all on one website, nextroundlive.com. Make it your homepage, nextroundlive.com.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel, where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today, or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Before we do our Pepsi kickoff to the NFL weekend, I want to tell you that Champy's Chicken is open right now for lunch and dinner down on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Great way with all the weather in the area today. Just get a to-go order, take it home, and enjoy the great Southern fried chicken, all the Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. Go ahead and plan ahead. Get a big football tailgate package. We had the hand-cut chicken fingers up here the other day. Oh, just so good. LT loves the beans. I love their slaw. All the sides are good. They got some specially made desserts and a great bar for date night as well. Highway 119 in Alabaster. It is champyschicken.com. Before we do the Pepsi, the countdown to kickoff for the NFL, a couple of NFL notes for you. One of them is good news from one of our first NIL guys, John Mechie. The general manager of the Texans said yesterday he is to the point in his recovery from leukemia that the former Alabama wide receiver is likely going to be able to start off-season conditioning and all their off-season programs on time, which would be amazing.
It's just great to hear. And, you know, Nick Caserio is the general manager, and the quote was, quite frankly, it's amazing what he's been able to do to this point.
Yeah, it's amazing news, and miraculous recovery for him, and hope he goes and kills it in the NFL. Obviously, they can't go much lower than they are right now. So him plus either Bryce Young or C.J. Stroud, I think the future is going to be pretty bright.
I think he's going to end up being reunited with Bryce Young.
Yeah,
I think Stroud's going to end up going before Bryce. I think Bryce will go number 2 to the Texans.
So we'll see if there's an Alabama reconnection down there in Houston. One thing that will not happen is Bill O'Brien will not be back coaching the Texans, so it won't be a complete reuniting of Alabama things. But Bill O'Brien, there are several NFL, as we start our Pepsi countdown to kickoff for the NFL weekend. If you're looking at offensive coordinators, The Commanders are moving in a new direction. The Jets are moving in a new direction. OC's getting fired yesterday. And obviously New England's going to be looking for a guy as well with Bill O'Brien. So even if it's not back to the Patriots, there are several people that'll be looking for an NFL OC to sort of change their future as well. To the games on the field, brought to you by our friends at Pepsi. The first game out Saturday is Seattle and San Francisco, then the Chargers and the Jaguars on Saturday. Of those two games, give me a storyline you're looking at in that one. I'll start. Me, it's Nick Purdy.
Okay.
I mean, he's been unbelievable.
Well, and Brock Purdy.
Brock Purdy, I'm sorry.
And
Nick was his cousin.
Yeah. It's weird. A lot of people like the only way this is a good game is if weather conditions are as bad in San Francisco as people are predicting. That if it's monsoon, that plays into Seattle here, maybe keeping this thing closer than the 9.5 is what Vegas says.
Yeah, look, Brock Purdy is a guy that's 5-0, but you still just don't know what you're going to get week in, week out. Geno Smith is maybe your comeback player of the year. He's been really good at times, and he's had some moments where he hasn't been as good. I think on the other side, the nightcap, I think it's an evenly matched game. I think either one of these teams could make a little bit of noise, even in the AFC. And I think it's great young quarterbacks with Justin Herbert and Trevor Lawrence.
Who's the better quarterback in that game?
Herbert's the better quarterback.
Herbert, but
right now, I don't know.
It's getting really close.
Yeah.
Trevor Lawrence, a lot of people were like, after watching last year, he's going to be a bust. You got to give these guys a year, just like Peyton Manning wasn't good in his
You
first
watched the Saturday night game, though. Tennessee gave him fits.
Yeah, they did.
And Chargers defense, you mentioned this the other day, as much as we focus on Herbert, it's their defense that has played so well this year.
Yeah, well, especially the last month.
Yeah.
We talked a lot about Miami and Buffalo the first Sunday game yesterday with the announcement about Tua Tagovailoa. In that middle game on Sunday, Giants and Vikings, as they get going in our Pepsi countdown to kickoff, there are a lot of people who believe the Giants can go on the road and win that game.
Well, I think they can. I mean, you look at the last time they played last month, the Giants lost the game by 3. So I think it's a very winnable game for the Giants. These are two, to me, inconsistent teams with inconsistent quarterbacks in Daniel Jones and Kirk Cousins.
Yeah, I'm most excited all weekend about this game. I think this will be the best game of the weekend, and I am one of those. I think the Giants will win this game. I've said all along the Vikings are a pretender. They're a house of cards, and I think that house of cards crumbles Sunday.
Brian Dable with a really good first year getting the Giants to the playoff. In the nightcap, Huntley is on pace to be able to play and possibly start the game if needed. Lamar Jackson hasn't played since December 4th with a PCL injury back then. We may never see Lamar Jackson again in a Ravens uniform.
There's a possibility, and you hope if you're a Baltimore Ravens fan now knowing that it's not going to be Lamar Jackson, you hope it's Tyler Huntley because, again, Tyler Huntley is like 1B Lamar Jackson, not as good, but still serviceable and good enough. I remember a regular season game late in the season last year, the year the Rams win the Super Bowl. It took an Odell Beckham last-second touchdown against Tyler Huntley that full game for the Rams to win that game. So Huntley is a guy that can give Cincinnati some problems, enough problems to possibly beat them.
And we just saw this game Sunday, and Baltimore's defense gave Cincinnati some issues. I mean, that was not a blowout, even with a third-teamer going for Baltimore.
Burrow struggled against Baltimore.
Yeah. If I'm Baltimore, though, if I'm like our friend Marlon Humphrey, and I feel like I'm wasting my career. We're so good. We win. I mean, it seems like we win 10, 11 regular season games every year. We're always in the playoffs, but we seem to be just missing something to be really a championship contender. And these years burn quickly. I don't know what you think of Lamar Jackson, but if the time of Lamar Jackson there in Baltimore is done, what will be his legacy in Baltimore?
He was an MVP.
Yeah, he was an MVP and a guy that couldn't get it done in the postseason.
Yeah. I mean, I think Lamar Jackson, I was talking to a friend of mine last night that's a Titans fan, and he put it very well. He said Lamar Jackson is the quarterback that is absolutely good enough to get you a 1 seed, a 2 seed, 10, 11 wins, but I don't think he can get it done in the postseason.
But let's not forget he's 26 years old.
Right,
So there is still, I mean, Tom Brady's basically 20 years older than this guy, so there's still a lot of his legacy to write.
Yeah, he could be tagged in the offseason, franchise tag. Remember, he turned down a $250 million contract before the season started. $133 million of that is guaranteed. I don't know if his stock has gone up. He is only 26. Monday night on our Pepsi Countdown to kick off Dallas and Tampa Bay. Tampa won earlier in Dallas. I think back, and I can't remember how they won that game. You know, the defense played really well in that one, and they took some advantage of Mike Evans on the edge. Sometimes even against old number 7.
I mean, in that game, it looked like Tampa was on the path to the Super Bowl, and Dallas might be 4-13 in that game. I mean, it was week 1, right? It was the first Sunday night of the season.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that the two teams have gone not totally different directions, but they have regressed back, one regressed and one progressed.
Dallas has had a lot of good regular seasons, but once they get to the postseason, for whatever reason, it just doesn't work. They've lost 8 consecutive road postseason games. I don't know how you feel about this game.
I don't feel good about it, but I felt better when 2 weeks ago, the last time we really played to win something, that Brady and Evans finally looked like they were on the same page for the first time since that first game.
Did you watch
that was against Panthers, but
did you watch Dallas-Washington Sunday?
I did not.
It should make you feel great. Dallas looked awful, and Washington had nothing to play for in that game.
That's our Pepsi countdown to the playoff kickoff, brought to you by our friends at Pepsi today. When we come back, we talk to Riley Norris. He's in studio with us. What did he think of Alabama now being 4-0 in the SEC, winning on the road at Arkansas, 5-2 versus top 25 teams? We'll talk to Riley about that coming up. The show being brought to you in part by great folks at Nichols Outfitters. As you start to plan out what you need in 2023, what about some safe places to keep guns and documents?
Valuables, firearms, gold, family heirlooms, cash, things like that, right there in a great safe from Nichols Outfitters. They've got the Browning and Champion safes, and right now, select models 25% off. That's a savings potentially of hundreds of dollars. 25% off Champion and Browning safes right now at Nichols Outfitters. I-65 exit 242 in Pelham. Nichols Outfitters knows the outdoors.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
Hey, for all of your IT and printing needs, reach out to our friends at Xerox Business Solutions. Look, I'm still one of those old school guys. I print my notes every single day for the show. If you watch the show here on the Next Round, you see all the notes in front of me. From day one, Xerox Business Solutions, they've been with us here at the Next Round. Local for over 45 years. For all of your IT and printing needs, visit XeroxBusinessSolutions.com or call 205-969-3000. That's 205-969-3000.
It is the season of speed event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, and there is no better time to buy or lease a 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI or Veloce model. Now through the end of the year, get 0% financing for 48 months or 1.9% financing for 72 months. Go by and see the great selection and take advantage of the low interest rates while you still can. It's the season of speed event. 48 months, 0% financing. Get into the best car I've ever driven at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. All the coaches I talk to believe you win championships in all 3 phases of the game. And the same is true with my friends at Wayne's with pest protection, termite protection, and lawn care. The website is callwaynes.com. Remember the promo code TNR for big savings. With the cold weather coming, the pests will be trying to break through your defense and come inside. You can save $60 right now off of Smart Pest by using that promo code TNR. So go online to callwaynes.com or call the phone number 866-WAYNES1 and remember the promo code TNR.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Final hour of the show, we'll talk some basketball in just 1 second. A couple of the big football headlines out there. Kevin Warren is officially out as the Big Ten commissioner, back to the Bears as franchise president. Derek Mason has left Oklahoma State as the defensive coordinator after 1 year. We don't know where he's going or who they're getting to replace him. Walker Howard, the five-star quarterback, leaves LSU. He's in the portal. He's a one-time number one dual-threat quarterback who's now available to go to some school there. Big move from South Carolina to Oregon for five-star defensive end Jordan Birch. A big pickup for Dan Lanning and his staff right there. And Bear Bryant Award winner Sonny Dykes last night told a story about, I want to get y'all's first thought when you hear this story. Sonny Dykes said, my dad, Spike, and his coaching staff drove from Texas Tech all the way to Tuscaloosa, spent a couple of days with Bear Bryant. He was really giving of his time. Dad came back. I was a 12-year-old with an autographed Bear Bryant football for me. My first thought was, I wonder if Bear Bryant really signed it, or it was that guy who was in the back room who signed a lot of Bear Bryant's footballs.
Had those things stacked up in the back, didn't they?
That he just sat in the back room.
Yeah.
His whole job was signing Coach Bryant's name. He went back and pulled that one off the pile. That's your headlines, brought to you by our friends at Gutter Cap.
Hey, Gutter Cap, look, it's raining out right now. You want to keep those gutters clean and free-flowing. The answer is Gutter Cap. It's a patented aluminum cover system. It fits over most existing gutters. It will keep debris out, eliminate that gutter cleaning forever. It's back with a lifetime warranty. 2023, you don't want to get on that dangerous ladder. Call Chris Stewart, my good friend. He's got a early year special for you. 205-823-2212 or guttercapbirmingham.com. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
All right, Riley Norris in studio with us. Our first chance to have Riley on the show. We've known Riley for a little bit, but he's on the show with us for the first time. Former Alabama basketball player. We'll talk some SEC basketball with him. What's up, Riley? How are you?
Hey, how y'all doing? Thanks for having me.
Yeah, man, we appreciate you coming on. Let's start with that Alabama game last night. You've played at Bud Walton Arena. Bruce Pearl was on the show with us earlier, and Dunaway kind of danced around the fact that nobody was at the Ole Miss Auburn game because Ole Miss is not very good. And he said, hey, I'd rather deal with that than have to deal with that Alabama dealt with at Bud Walton. How tough a place is that to play?
Really tough. I mean, if you think about it, it's right around 19 or 20,000 fans. They sell out about every home game. So just the enthusiasm for Arkansas Razorback basketball up in Fayetteville is really huge. So, I mean, it was a great win by Alabama to keep the composure with all the young freshmen and sophomores that they have. But it's a tough place to play for sure.
You know, I brought up, you and I were texting back and forth, getting ready to get you on the show today. And, I was bringing up the obvious about how good 2-4 is. And you said, well, 15 is playing himself into the first round.
Yeah, no, he is for sure. And
talking about Noah Clowney.
Yeah, Clowney. He's only getting better too. I mean, his length, the athleticism, the ability for him to knock down three-pointers. I mean, you can play his small ball 5, and he's about 6'10". So it's a hard matchup when you got him and Miller on the floor at the same time, and then you add Sears and whoever may be else on the floor. It's a tough guard, but the way he's playing and the ability to guard multiple positions, I mean, that's what you look for in the NBA. It's kind of moving to who can shoot the ball, and if we got a 6'10" guy that can fill it up, he's going to have opportunities.
Yeah, I've been impressed with Clowney from the beginning. Another guy, Bediako, from what he was into what he's become this year. You've seen guys, you were there a long time to work in the offseason and grow in their game. What have you seen from Bediako that maybe he wasn't doing at Alabama before this year that he's now doing at Alabama that it's making him so dynamic?
I think his confidence level. I think having a year under his belt, being through the SEC play last year, going through ups and downs, playing against physical guys. As a freshman, you come in at 7 foot, you're kind of wide-eyed, you're getting used to just the physicality of the SEC. Having been through that, the offseason, he knew he had to add some weight, some strength, and he's done that. I mean, what he did to Sheboy against Kentucky last weekend, and, he played really well last night, it just goes to show how much work he's put in to get stronger, and then to be able to catch those lobs and finish around the rim. He's going to be a big factor for Alabama coming down the stretch.
Former Alabama basketball player Riley Norris in studio with us. Jay Billis was talking about with Sears. He's like, it was either him or Dykes. I can't remember which one actually said it. It said, you just can't let this guy go left. You cannot let him go left. Yet every time he's driving, he's going left. I mean, I guess it's just easier said than done, but I mean, it was Dice because I remember, or no, it was Billis because I remember Dice saying, you can let him go left, but it's a basket every time he does.
Yeah, he's tough to guard. You know, I talked to a lot of people, and he wants to go left, but, I mean, he's still effective going right. But if you let him get downhill to the left hand, he's so creative of finishing because he's not overly athletic compared to most guards in the SEC, but his body, he's got great control, and he can score over some 6'9", 6'10" guys. But it's hard to contain guys like that. When you're setting high ball screens and letting them play, you got shooters in the corner, you're kind of worried about your guy, and then next thing you know, he's got downhill left hand. But he's been phenomenal. I think that addition, Nate and the staff, and they knew what they needed, and he was a great get for them.
But Nate Oates knows nobody wants him to go left either. So if I shade him left and take away his left, what does that open up for Alabama? Is that what you're talking about, the shooter in the corner, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So I know last night, if you watched early, they were taking Brandon Miller out of the game completely.
Mm-hmm.
They were no help. Basically, it's 4 versus 4. So that leaves bigger gaps to drive. And as a defender, the way they called the game last night, they were calling the touch fouls. So you got to get off them a little bit, which creates more room, more, opportunity to use that strong left hand. But he's been phenomenal. I think as a team, they've all gelled really well, and it's shown.
They're long, they're athletic, they've got depth, they can shoot. I mean, is there a weakness with this Alabama team?
I mean, some of the weakness were exposed early on. UConn, I think UConn was a more physical team, but you've seen Alabama grow up from the physicality standpoint and the maturity standpoint of we're not going to get pushed around anymore, and they've turned it around from that standpoint. I think obviously the easy answer is if they're having an off night shooting, but you rely on the defense, and then last night they had 24 points off turnovers, so they were forcing Arkansas to turn the ball over. I mean, going forward, it's going to be the team that they play is going to have to be knocking down shots. They got to have 3-point shooters, and Alabama's got to have some guys that are having off nights, I think.
Their last loss was to Gonzaga, who shot 74% from the floor in the second half. Have you ever been in a game where somebody shot 74% from the floor in a half?
Probably so. I probably wasn't on the court long if that happened, but no, I'm sure there were some games that I don't know. I mean, I was watching the Gonzaga game, and they were getting downhill. They had guys that hadn't hit threes, very few all year, and they were knocking them down pretty consistently. So it was just an overall tough game, but I think they've learned from it. Obviously, there's not been a team that kind of exploited Alabama like that, and they fixed some things. Give credit to Nate and the staff. I mean, they went back to the drawing board and got some stuff corrected.
Riley Norris is in studio with us. He played the game, of course, there at Alabama. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. So it was the 4:45 mark. Alabama's 12-point lead has shrunk to 2. Nate Oates calls the timeout. Out of the timeout, Clowney wide open 3 from Sears. Arkansas turnover. Brandon Miller creates 3 from Clowney. Arkansas turnover. Brandon Miller, 3-point jumper from Clowney. I mean, we a lot of times oversell coaching. That looks like something Nate Oates did in that huddle. I mean, if you had to guess, what's that huddle like when you're on the road, the crowd's back in at 12, has shrunk to 2? What's a huddle like that like?
I think he's just trying to gain the composure. He probably didn't draw anything. I mean, he probably drew up a play, but there was nothing special in that timeout from another timeout. They made a little run, cut it to 2. And at that moment, when you got young guys that hadn't maybe been in that situation, it can be overwhelming. They can get on runs, and then he just called the timeout. I think he drew up a good play and kind of settled the crowd back down. And like you said, Clowney knocked down a 3. And then the other 2 threes come off turnovers. So it came on the defensive end, being up in them and guarding them. So it was an unbelievable run. I mean, 48 seconds, they scored, 11 straight like that, or 9 straight to go up 11. But it was impressive.
Alabama fans have been starving for this. Not only a quality basketball, but a fun style to watch. I mean, if you go back to Anthony Grant, who I think recruited you.
Correct.
And then you played for Avery Johnson all those years, and now you get this. I mean, as a former player, I mean, how jealous are you didn't get to play in this system?
Really jealous, especially a guy that tried to pride himself on the defense end, playing hard and shooting threes, open threes. But I got a story real quick is myself and Lawson Schaefer, who was a player with me at Alabama, we practiced when Nate got the job. They were limited on some players. We were still in school, so we practiced with him. And the first time he stopped a timeout, he stopped during practice and was getting on to people. It's because they weren't shooting the 3. And I was looking around like, man, Lawson, if we would have had the opportunity for this.
Boy, we came along at the wrong time.
Yeah, I know. But it just goes to show that it's a hard style to guard, but it's fun to play in. I mean, if you're a recruit looking like, hey, he don't get mad if you shoot threes. Even if you're missing, you can. I mean, you're a guy that can make them, shoot them. But like I said, he's been great, and everybody's bought in. So they've been having a special year so far.
But with that said, I was sitting next to a couple of NBA scouts in the Kentucky game, and Brandon Miller, I think he was 0 for 4 to start in his shooting. And they were impressed that, A, he didn't get frustrated down in the dumps, and B, that he didn't start forcing shots up just because of the system that they play. I mean, there is a nuance to the system you play that you can't just go and just chunk it up all the time. You're still moving the ball around trying to find a good open shot.
Exactly. No, that's the big part of it is finding, maybe giving up a good shot for a great shot. And they preach that is, if we don't have if a guy's got a better shot, pass the ball around. But, that's kind of instinctive of Brandon. If he's not forcing the issue, he's able to drive. Last night, he didn't shoot the ball in the first half. And then start the second half, he's driving downhill to see the ball go through, get to the free throw line. So
have you ever known a top player on a team that would go a whole half without even trying a shot? I mean,
I don't think I've seen that.
It was such a giving thing, I think, last night to see him. And I think at the Houston game, I don't think he scored from the field in that game, and that's their best road win so far.
It does.
It's amazing that he is a lottery pick, but is that unselfish?
That is, and it goes to show they don't care who gets the glory as long as they win. And, the big thing I took away from the first half was, yes, he didn't attempt a shot, but they weren't forcing it to him, and he wasn't forcing the issue. They ended up tied at the half, but to say that, everybody was picking up the slack, and then once he got going in the second half, it was hard to stop.
Riley Norris in studio with us. Let's talk about some of the other SEC teams, because you watched Auburn at Georgia, and this looked like a team that was trying to find itself, and it appears that they have. I mean, they beat Arkansas, too. At home, they go on the road, beat Ole Miss pretty soundly, and a lot of that is the play of Wendell Green. Is it just too simplified to say, as goes Wendell Green, so is going to go this team for Auburn?
I think so. Last year they obviously relied a lot on Jabari and Kessler, but Wendell Green is a veteran. He's played a lot of college ball. Johnny Broom's played a lot of college ball. They got a lot of guys that have played and been around the league, so they know how to win. They know what winning looks like. They had an off night against Georgia, but they got things rolling. They had a big win at Ole Miss. That was a big road win, a big confidence builder. But, Wendell, he's really, really special. If he gets it going, he's hard to stop. I was at the game last year in Tuscaloosa, and he made a couple crucial threes down the stretch, and you're looking around. I mean, it's hard to guard when you're shooting, 10 feet behind the three-point line.
Yeah, he and Sears are media guy the same size. They just, I guess that's bodybuild, right? They don't look the same.
No, they don't, yeah.
But, I mean, by media guy, they're the same size. Like, do you view them as the same size?
No.
He and Sears. But, I mean, again, that's media guide height and weight, but pretty much the same size.
We had Bruce Pearl on the show earlier today, and he said Alabama and Tennessee have separated themselves. Tennessee's won 13 of the last 14, only lost a 5-point loss to a really good Arizona team. When you watch Tennessee, they don't have a Brandon Miller. It's more Rick Barnes, great defense, team concept. I mean, really, what makes them so good?
Their defense. Their defense keeps them in every game. And then if you watch it, the Mississippi State game, they blew up. They were hitting threes. Vescovy was hitting threes. I mean, they had all kinds of guys knocking down open shots. And then they're going to hold opponents to probably around 60 or 65 points a game. So you got to be able to keep them around that same total. But they're really good. They're experienced. They got a lot of good bigs, and they're well coached. I mean, Rick Barnes has been around college basketball for a long time, so he knows how to win, and he knows how to make adjustments in game.
Defense is his calling card. What would you say Bruce Pearl's calling card is? I mean, is it defense as well? Is Bruce Pearl's defense underrated?
I think his defense and the way he gets guys to buy in, the intensity that they play with, they know going in, you know what you're getting from Auburn most times more than likely. I mean, they're going to pick you up full court. They're going to get into you. They're going to try to make you get turnovers, easy baskets, easy transition baskets. But, I think defense is his calling card and just getting everybody to buy in.
Who is all right, let's go power ranking. So Tennessee and Alabama, you'd have them, maybe Alabama 1, Tennessee 2, I don't know.
I'd probably go Alabama 1, Tennessee 2, just from the offense Alabama's been able to show the past few games.
Yeah, okay.
Damn right.
Yeah,
Alabama 1, Tennessee 2.
Third would be.
So third, that's where it gets tricky.
It does. I mean,
because you got Missouri, who's been playing well, but they got beat pretty bad at A&M last
That's
night.
Right.
A&M seems to be getting better, though.
I agree.
A&M's a defensive team too. I mean, if you watch late in the season, they started playing a lot better defense. I don't know. That's where it gets tricky because you could go Missouri. Auburn's come on as of late.
That's right.
Auburn's right there at it, and then you got
I mean, Arkansas is still a good basketball team. I know
good,
they just lost back-to-back to Alabama and Auburn, so you'd have to have them in front of them, but they're a good basketball team.
They're a good basketball team. If I had to make, I would probably go Alabama, Tennessee, Auburn, A&M, and then I'd probably go Arkansas off the top of the head.
And it's bunched up then.
It is.
Yeah.
It is.
It's been a big talking point for the last really 15, 20 years for Alabama fans, Coleman Coliseum. We had Nate Oates on the show, I think it was Monday or Tuesday. He even made a reference without us bringing it up, kind of jokingly. As a former player, I mean, when you went around the country and played in other venues, how bad is Coleman Coliseum compared to those other venues? Or as a player, did you even really notice?
So you do notice. Coleman Coliseum's not a bad venue. They do a great job taking care of it. They've always kept it real nice. But you go to Auburn, where it's brand new. You go to Tennessee, where they've got an awesome gym. Bud Walton, I mean, you go all the way around the league. It's super nice. You can tell there's a difference, right? I mean, it's 60 or 70 years old. So I realize the materials went up and that sort of thing, but that's got to be high up on the list for Greg Byrne. I'm sure he's got it high up on the list to get a new facility. But I would say the practice facility that's connected to the gym with the weight room and the training staff, I mean, it's top notch. It's super nice. It's all been renovated. But, yeah, that's got to be a high priority on the list because it is. You go to other gyms, you see, like, this is what we need. But we'll see. We'll see in the near future.
It's funny. Greg Byrne just texted and ask Riley if he'd like to donate.
That's right. I'm sure Riley's already done. You've got that earmark, don't you?
Yeah. Hey, give me a couple more years.
He's fantastic. Favorite player.
Hey, your dad, though, one of our proud sponsors, Dunaway went there, University of Montevallo. Your old man played at Montevallo, right?
He did, and he coached for a little bit after he played. So, yeah, got a connection there.
He played when I was there.
Yeah.
Did he really?
Oh, he would not miss in the corner.
That's it.
Would not miss in the corner. And sweet, smooth shot. Actually, a better shot than Riley's.
So
he tries to remind me that.
Yeah. Do you remember the first time you beat your dad in one-on-one?
So I don't. I mean, he used to not take it easy on me either. I mean, he's 6'6". He was a big guy. I didn't outgrow him. And so I was, a sophomore in high school. I would say 9th grade probably. 10th grade I could hold my own. And then as soon as I got where I could, get some strength on me, he couldn't handle me no more, and he didn't want to play anymore. And he got older, obviously, but no, he was a good player, and obviously that's where I learned the game and kind of growing up and been around it my whole life.
Did you ever throw him an elbow?
Oh, yeah. He's thrown me a couple, too, in the chest.
Yeah.
But, yeah, you got to. When it gets physical down low, you got to throw it back.
Hey, most you ever scored in a game?
Most I ever scored.
I'm going to say you probably go back to high school,
It's
right?
going to go back to high school. I had 40 my junior year of high school. So 40 would be the most in high school. 27 in college. That was against South Carolina my sophomore year. They came into town. They were undefeated, but
40's pretty strong.
Hey, no, but he played. Albertville, Sand Mountain basketball it's real. I mean, that's not too far from where I grew up. I'm from Anniston, so I'm just down. But no, Sand Mountain basketball is fun.
No, it is.
You guys got after it up there.
It is. And Aberville's the biggest school, so everybody's trying to compete to beat Aberville. But it was fun. I had a great high school career. Love Aberville, and excited to see kind of what they're going to do going forward.
We always felt like going up to Sand Mountain, though, that if you were going up for a layup, you had to look and see if you're going to get cut from behind.
No, Riley put you in the gold standard.
That's right. You had to look around, look for your surroundings.
Yeah. Don't. I'd lay it off the glass if I was you. Yeah.
All right, that is Riley Norris, former Alabama basketball player, Albertville great. We have fun, Riley. Let's do it again.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
Yeah, you bet.
Good basketball tonight as well. Michigan and Iowa. Iowa's trying to get hot to get out of the basement of the Big Ten. Michigan maybe they want Kentucky wants Michigan to win. That may be Kentucky's best win of the year. Zags and BYU tonight, 8:30 ESPN. My bookie gets you into all those games and a lot more college basketball. One game, if you were just watching last night. And everybody wonders who the hell is Charleston. College of Charleston is 22 in the country. They played UNC Wilmington last night, 71-69. Charleston stays with the win column there to stay in the national rankings. That was a really quality game. You could have some action on that with our friends at MyBookie.
You certainly could. MyBookie.ag code next round. And when you use next round, they're going to give you a cash bonus on any deposit of $50 or more. Now you say, is that a big deal? Absolutely, it's a big deal. Nobody else is letting you get that bonus and bet it one time and keep it. Most of the time, the other places, when you get that bonus 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 times, you got to use it before you can keep it. You don't even remember you got it by then, right? and not at mybookie.ag. Use code NEXTROUND, get that bonus on any deposit of $50 or more. One bet, it is yours forever. NFL, the playoffs this weekend, the UFC, college basketball, NBA, weekly blackjack tournaments, all of that is right there at mybookie.ag. Do not miss this offer. Code NEXTROUND at mybookie.ag. Get that bonus on any deposit of $50 or more when you use our code. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. mybookie.ag, code NEXTROUND. mybookie.ag, code NEXTROUND.
At 205-734-0923.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin.
Welcome to Culver's.
Just ask our team member, Sarah.
When you order a Culver's Butterburger, you're never just a customer. You're a guest in our home. It's why we cook each Butterburger to order just for you, right down to getting the perfect sear on the beef. That extra care may be a small town thing, but it's big time important to us.
Let us serve you with a smile that stretches from our hometown to yours. Welcome to Delicious.
ERA King has the new Guaranteed Move program, which lets you compare instant offers with open market offers so you can choose how and when to sell your home. You can close with a quick cash offer, no showings, and no open houses, or you can explore multiple offers through a traditional listing. Available only through ERA King. Guaranteed Move puts you in control. Visit movewithking.com or text MOVE to 35620. To learn more, that's MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free, no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531, or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
The NFL playoffs are just around the corner, and every game matters. Join us on the Next Round and Pepsi every Thursday as we preview the upcoming big games in the NFL weekend. Pepsi and the NFL, a perfect match for your weekend.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Rockstar, give me cut number 6 real quick. Just a lot of talk about the SEC right there, and we mentioned it earlier, but UAB, 3-game skid. I think it's the first time it's happened for Andy since he's been the head coach at UAB. 80-78. All 3 of these losses have been so close at Florida Atlantic, FIU on the road. Now back home to Western Kentucky, that home loss with Jelly Walker scoring 28. But again, for the 5th time, all 5 losses, 80-plus points. UAB on the defensive side giving up 80-plus points. Here's Andy last night about this unprecedented Andy Kennedy 3-game losing streak.
Another tough night, obviously. 3 straight now, 1-possession games that we come up on the short end. We give up 80 again. We have another player go for 27. Obviously, the message is not getting sent, or maybe it is, and we can't do anything about it. So disappointed, obviously, very disappointed that we couldn't stop the bleeding. We need to win. We need to win. We need to get our mojo back, but it's hard to get your mojo back when you're losing.
Yeah, mojo. I mean, there is a little bit about confidence. To me, that's the one thing Auburn plays with more at Neville Arena than they did on the road at Georgia, and they got back home after losing to Georgia, and they beat Arkansas like a drum never trailed, and that mojo carried over to the win at Ole Miss. Alabama last night, I think because the situations they had been in, when it got hard at Fayetteville, they had that mojo that they just motored right through it, got the big threes, and they win the game going away. It seems like Andy's on the flip side of that coin right now.
Yeah, look, I mean, they had won 11 of 12, and as he said, they've just lost 3 one-possession consecutive games. I mean, that's tough, and it is lack of defense right now. And I love how candid he is. I mean, it's one of the things I think we love about AK is he says, maybe we can't fix this.
Yeah, maybe we can't. I think he thinks he can.
I think he does too.
He's letting his players know. Dr. B can fix your hair, though, if that's getting away from you, if you're losing it, going bald in places. I saw someone the other day, but I just don't have enough guts to walk up to him and say, who could help you out is Dr. B, because I don't feel like it's my place.
Wait, is it a friend of yours?
It's not a close friend. I mean,
what do you care?
It's in a group.
Asked Dunaway. We were all sitting in our lobby last week. And, we had seen a side shot of maybe it was a Mystery Fifth Hour, and I was like, damn, it really is coming a lot thicker in the back. And Kelsey was like, I've told you that the whole time. And I said, Dunaway, why didn't you tell me back in the day?
Let me see the back of your head. I mean, it really is. It really is. I remember the picture that we were talking about, Brown.
If you've got, hey, Scott, do you have the throwing axe picture?
Scott, do you have a random picture from 7 months ago?
You know what I'm talking about, the throwing the axe at Downtown Axe.
Yeah.
By the way, though, this was back when we were in our radio days, and it was just a picture I'd taken somewhere of us at a group event, and it just caught you and from the back, that spot, and it is considerably more full now.
Well, right before I went to see Dr. B, our friend John Walker, we were at the lake, and I was talking to him about I'm going to see Dr. B, and he was like, I was going to tell you last year at the beach, I noticed you started to thin a little bit. And I'm like, why in the hell wouldn't somebody tell me this? So my point is, get preemptive on this. If you know somebody that you're close to that's starting to lose a little bit of hair, look, it happens to a lot of us out there. Dr. Beckenstein is the guy that can help out. He is the best in the business. Dr. B pioneered the use of NeoGrass hair restoration in the state of Alabama, remains at the forefront of hair preservation in the Southeast. T3hair.net for more information. That's T3hair.net. For more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. B for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. Call Dr. B today, 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316 or T3hair.net. When we find the axe throwing, you guys will see how much more it has grown in.
Oh, I believe it. I remember that picture. But Tyler would admit, just got a nod here, I mean, he's tough sometimes to deliver bad news. Like if you're making him fumble in Madden, you sort of feel
that's not true.
It's a little intimidating, right?
Tyler, we've got Tyler the Creator out there, a rapper, Tyler the Dick. This guy he was up 50 or something, and he's kicking onside kicks.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's not on you to play defense for Lance, is it, Tyler?
He's got to get those twos and threes. Some
he
work.
Didn't get the onside kicks. He went for 2 every time.
Well,
never got any of those.
Because Rockstar, do you have the video from mine and your game that Taylor put together? The Lance, I mean, you got to go for 2 because this game is so unrealistic. You just block all these extra points.
Before you play it. Remember, guy
it's got sound too, Rocky.
Guy on the right's a rock star. About to go on tour. Guy on the left is always 100, never not 100.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, I want to say this. I was doing Bam and Bourbon yesterday in our green room. I walked out to do some work at my desk, and I heard some loud, banging and things being thrown, and I was like, damn, something's happening in the lobby.
This was it. Rockstar was blocking extra points.
Active shooter? No, not an active shooter.
No. Funniest part of Taylor's video there is the Mountain Dew coming out of the bottle.
So it actually we lost some fluid out of the bottle?
Did we get that off the wall?
Yeah. No, we didn't. I did.
I'll have to go check the wall.
No, you go check the wall, Jim.
I didn't know it.
Show will be better if you go do that.
Yeah. I don't understand why you say things like that on the air. Part of the show, Dr. B, we've done that. Let's get to our NFL conversation with the moves that are going on in this offseason. DeAndre Hopkins is being shopped around. Does this look like it's a Cardinal strip down? They're going to sell their parts now and start a rebuild with the firing of the coach? I mean, there's a market still for DeAndre Hopkins, right?
Oh, yeah. I mean, look, just 2 years ago, he was viewed as probably the best wide receiver in all of football.
And, he's battled injuries, and he's battled inconsistent quarterback play. But, yeah, DeAndre Hopkins, I'll tell you right now, I'm going to guess he's 27. DeAndre Hopkins.
Does he get to 30?
I don't think he's 30. I think he's 27, if I'm just guessing. He could be, though. A lot of, he's 30.
Yeah.
30 years old. But, yeah, there's still a market. 9 years out of Clemson. I still think when healthy, he's one of the best wide receivers in football.
Yeah, so does it feel like the start of a rebuild with the Cardinals?
A little bit. I mean, you still got quarterback, though, that for good or bad, that you're joined with for, how long was that deal?
It was before the start of this year. It was a 5-year deal.
Yeah. So you got 5. You're with him for a long time. You're about to have a new head coach and general manager. Yeah, it feels like a rebuild.
Who doesn't really? I mean, your new coach, I guess, has to play. You're sort of limited on who you can hire. It's got to be a guy who can coach Kyler Murray.
Yeah, you want an offensive guy, don't you? You want an offensive guy. Of course, that's what you just had that didn't work out. But it's going to have to be a guy that can bottle up what Kyler Murray does and make the best out of Kyler Murray. And Cliff Kingsbury could never figure out how to do that. I mean, you had some great moments with Murray, but it just wasn't consistently great enough.
If when Sonny Dykes had the Bear Bryant Award last night, if I asked you who is the NFL Coach of the Year, is it a tough discussion for you? Who gets that vote? NFL Coach of the Year.
Shanahan's got to be in there. I mean, Shanahan has started. Did Lance? He got starts, right? Trey Lance, he got starts.
Yeah,
he started. So you've started Trey Lance.
First game of the season. Yeah,
you've started Jimmy Garoppolo, and now you've started Brock Purdy, and you are still maybe the NFC favorite to win this thing.
I think I'm probably going to go Doug Peterson, just based on the fact that this is a team that started 2-6, and the way they've played down the stretch. I mean, to play their way in and win the AFC South, to get to the postseason with a second-year quarterback, I think I would go Peterson.
Why do we not go Stefanski?
But to Brown's point, Shanahan has got, Brock Purdy unbeaten, right? 5-0?
Yeah.
5-0. The coach of the Eagles is who you're talking about, right?
Stefanski.
Yes.
Why not Stefanski?
You mean Sirianni?
Oh, Sirianni. Excuse me, Sirianni.
No, I don't have a problem with Nick Sirianni at all.
Yeah.
Now, they were in the postseason last year, but it's been tremendously different. They were just a piece of the puzzle last year.
I was never worried about that game.
No, you shouldn't have been.
Yeah,
you
so
it's
to me, it's one of those two. Yeah, Nick Sirianni would definitely be in the mix.
Or Shanahan. So no AFC guy.
I expected this from San Francisco. I know he's done it with Brock Purdy. He's done it with 3 different starting quarterbacks, but I still, with their roster, expected this.
What about AFC guys?
Well, that's what I said. Doug Peterson.
Yeah. Okay. Dable, Giants.
Yep. Brian Dable would be right there in the mix.
Kevin and Paul in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room go with Brian Dable.
Brian Dable, I think he is your favorite actually to win it.
You think he is?
I think he is.
Does that help that it's the New York market?
I just think a really good division. I mean, you think about you've got, the number 1 seed in the Eagles. You've got the Cowboys that could have been the number 1 seed if things would have played out this weekend.
Most of these trophies go to the person that so far exceeded expectations. Never thought they would be there. Of all the playoff teams, are the Giants the biggest surprise that they are where they are to you?
I think the Jags.
And that's why you would go Doug Peterson.
Yep.
Yeah.
To me, a little bit, it's the Seattle Seahawks with Pete Carroll.
He's just a great coach.
Yeah, he is. I mean, but he deserves it this year when they traded Russell Wilson, everybody said this is the start of their rebuild.
That's right.
Is Pete Carroll even going to retire? Does he want to go through this?
I think two kids.
And with Geno Smith, they're in the freaking playoffs.
With Geno Smith, and they may not be looking for a quarterback. They may keep Geno Smith and roll with that.
As bad as things are with your roster, there are 2 coaches that are always going to be around 500 as bad as it is, and that's Belichick and that's Pete Carroll. I mean, that Patriots roster is awful, and they were 8-9 this year.
Yeah.
It's a great point. NFL playoffs this weekend. Fun weekend ahead. Saturday, doubleheader, tripleheader Sunday, and then Dallas and Tampa Bay coming up on Monday night. All right, we will do our Vulcan Tire and Automotive 4 Downs coming up in our next segment. Rockstar will have that for us today. It's always off the beaten path. And then we'll re-update you on some of our poll questions at the final segment of the show and everything else that you need to know before we get out of here. Show brought to you in part by our friends at Hemphill. If you've been following Lance all week long, he is on what we like to call a heater with the lock right now, and he'll send one out a little bit later on at the Lance Taylor, a free lock, and it's brought to you by our friends at Hemphill.
Yeah, for the month of January, get 10% off any plumbing or HVAC service. Call our friends at Hemphill Services. Just mentioned, you heard it right here on the next round. Adam, Chad, Andrew, the guys at Hemphill, they want to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemphill Services, locally owned and operated independent Train dealer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Call now, 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
Follow John Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Fall is here and fall means football, but don't forget about your yard. My yard is looking fantastic, and it's all thanks to our friends at Wayne's. Because it's fall, lawns are now in dormancy, and yards of the month are made in the fall during the proper shutdown of the growing season. It is important to get the correct nutrients and pre-emergent in the turf and root system to ensure a weed-free and lush lawn next summer. Call Wayne's today, 866-WAYNES1, or visit them online, callwaynes.com. And remember, first month is free of the EnviroLawn service from our friends at Wayne's.
Hey, Ryan Brown here from the next round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to the Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. NextRound.store. That's NextRound.store.
Rockstar has our 4 downs today. Brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. 5 great locations, including the new one open in Pell City right now. Not just for tires, Brown. How many times have you taken a vehicle by there for non-tire service? I know I have.
3 or 4, yeah. They worked on all the vehicles in my family.
Yeah, me too. That's how good the folks at Vulcan Tire are. It is 4 downs on the show, and we always start with first down. Hit it, Rocky.
First down.
Who would be the worst choice to play the next James Bond?
The worst choice to play the next James Bond.
Adam Sandler.
Steve Buscemi.
I think he could do it.
Michael Cera.
Tyler just said Michael Cera. That's
great. Wow. Remind me of Michael Cera.
Arrested Development. He was the skinny kid on Superbad.
Oh.
Yeah. He was in Juno.
He was in Veep, right?
I don't know if he was in Veep.
Okay.
I've never really watched Veep. Chris Rock would be a bad James Bond.
You don't think you could order a drink really cool?
No.
I was thinking, who is the she's not a comedian, but she's a comedic actress that was in Bridesmaid.
Melissa
McCarthy as James Bond.
She was in some kind of spy movie.
She was like, it was
Spies Are Us. No,
yeah, some spy movie, but yeah, it was bad.
Second down.
Danny DeVito from Rusty.
I mean,
he loves his Jersey Mike.
He loves his Jersey Mikes, and in most of DeVito's movies, they try to shoot around him being short, and they can't do it in those commercials.
Well, they really don't.
So small
And Get Shorty, and I guess part of it is,
the name of the movie.
The name of the movie. If you've never seen Get Shorty, we watched it again the other night. It is fabulous.
It is amazing how short he is.
Jonah Hill's a good answer, Paul.
He's lost a ton of weight though,
He
and
fluctuates.
Oh yeah, does he?
He's Mariah Carey. He goes up and down.
Oh yeah.
No.
If there's an American dream, what is the American nightmare?
Communism.
Yeah, that'd suck.
Going off the grid.
Oh, I mean, if you guys have teenage daughters and sons, and a lot of you watching and listening at some point have been in that situation when the internet's out at the house, and they keep doing their phone like this. Internet's still not on. 30 seconds later, internet's still not on. Just trying to check that phone. The internet's not on.
I mean, the American nightmare would be us not having cell phones. None of us on this show could exist without
You
cell
just
phones.
wake up and it's not working?
Yeah, like if you just woke up and somebody taking your cell phone, you never have another one.
The only thing that works it is the cell phone method.
Yeah, I don't
you
know
can make
what-
calls. That's it.
No,
I will tell
what
you-
if you just didn't have one though? Like if we lived in the middle of Ethiopia, we had no cell phones.
Well, it seems like when we started the show, you were not very tied to your phone. I mean,
I use it a lot. I would rather not have cell phones. I
Yeah.
like the day when we didn't have cell phones.
Yeah, you never. As far as anybody I know, I would early on. It's changed for all of us now, but early on, you were the least committed to your phone. It seemed like even early on. I'm not sure you had a smartphone. Were you? When did you get your smartphone?
No, I've always had. I had the Android for a while, and then I went back to Apple, and then I went back to Android. Now I'm back at Apple.
Like I could see early on he was really anti-social media, and just in what we do, you have to change that. So I think of the three of us, I have been the most addicted to the phone in our time together. But you're right, Brown. Us losing the phone or internet connection and everything, that is, in a non-serious American nightmare, it would be that, yes.
Third down.
What are some of the most ridiculous foods to eat while driving?
A burrito.
Nachos. You can't eat nachos while driving. You can't keep the stuff on the chip.
Well, the burrito, it's art because you've got to slide the foil down, and if you do it wrong, everything falls out of the bottom.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to. I won't give any places. You've got to go cheaper place drive-through with maybe a bell shape to get the right burrito shape to eat driving down the road.
Because it's stuck together.
If you go to something that says use organic chicken or anything, they fold theirs different. There's no way you can eat that burrito driving down the road.
A lot of things. I mean, you couldn't do. I mean, a really good hot dog with toppings on it's impossible. Ribs, wings.
Oh, ribs would be impossible.
Ribs is impossible.
Wings too.
And the hot dog, you're right. If other than ketchup and mustard on it, it is impossissible to eat.
One of the biggest game changers in a car. My wife keeps us stocked with the wet wipes, like you use on a baby's butt. And if you're eating on the road, having those wet wipes is an absolute game changer.
Because your steering wheel is what becomes a disaster.
It does.
That
And your
greasy
hands
steering
get
wheel.
sticky and they got stuff all over them.
Anything that you've got to eat with two hands, like a piece of corn on the cob
Oh,
or a
impossible.
rib.
Yep.
Driving
I couldn't do it.
Tearing up a corn on the cob.
You're solo in a car and you're eating corn on the cob before?
I've never done it.
I might eat corn on the cob once a year. I don't think I've ever done it in a car. How often do you eat corn on the cob?
Not often.
Not often.
Maybe once a year.
Yeah, a couple times a year.
Get those strings stuck in your teeth.
Oh, yeah.
Never in the car do I eat corn on the cob.
I eat street corn that is taken off the cob a ton.
Yeah, but not driving down the road.
No.
I'm just picturing
I
me
don't eat
being,
a lot outside of like a breakfast bar.
me driving down the road by myself. I mean, sometimes going to the game or back, I'm just hungry. I'll grab something. The easiest, obviously, is a Chick-fil-A. Like there's no condiments or anything on it. It's
Somebody that's packaging it for you to eat on the road.
That's right.
That's what a drive-through is.
That's
doing.
right.
And by the way, Forrester, too soon.
Fourth down.
If someone broke into your house and only stole what was on top of your refrigerator, what would they get away with?
Honestly, the warranty.
Are you one of those? You take it out, you just throw it
It's
up
still up there. So the house that I bought years ago, it had a custom fridge that was the kitchen it was built around.
Yeah,
so
mine too.
Mine is too. So I got nothing on top of
mine went down, so I had to take it out. Well, the new one doesn't really fit. And I need to put something up top, but the only thing up there right now is a warm.
We have paper plates, and I think we have a fondue kit we got for our wedding.
You'll use the heck out of that.
That has not been opened.
Yeah.
Don't you even start.
Did you give him that?
No, I don't think so. I think we have. I know what we have up there. We have one big plant, is the left side of it. So you get
Robert.
You'd get a plant.
Hey, mama said the way.
See, I looked last night because I saw this question. There's 2 partially chewed dog bones. You know that the not the real dog. They're not real bones.
Like the rawhide bones.
The rawhide bones. There's 2 partially chewed that she's had to take away from Charlie and sit up there so he will eat his normal food or go out and pee or something. And then, no joke, all the information about the refrigerator is just sitting up there.
Just all dusty.
With more dust than you really want to admit that's up there.
Absolutely.
Don't do enough dusting
Boy,
up there.
Lunsford's got an interesting one.
A fake pumpkin.
You're up, buddy. You go ahead and talk.
Yeah, let's go Lunsford.
So, my wife's obsessed with Halloween, so we have a pumpkin that stays up there. It's the fake one. Why we have a gizmo toy on top of our fridge, I don't know, but
From
we
Gremlins,
do.
right?
From Gremlins,
Yeah,
yeah.
I would trade him out for Stripe.
You can turn it on and it actually sings the song from Gremlins. And then there's a random Beanie Baby. We were coming home from Vegas when we had just gotten engaged. Went to Vegas for a week, and on the way back, I stopped to get a Golden Knights hat because they had just started that franchise. She randomly bought a Beanie Baby, and it's sitting on top of our fridge, and we've never looked at it or touched it since.
Yeah, but it probably reminds her of all the good times.
What?
The Beanie Baby.
The Beanie Baby. It's like, that's from that
She
trip.
did collect them back in the day. I mean, I don't know.
It's probably worth a ton of money right now. Those things are up in value.
Goose says, being one of our taller viewers, I have all kinds of crap up there. Being tall, I keep things up high.
That's a shelf.
Yeah, it's a shelf for you. You better keep that gizmo thing dry. Get a little water on that thing. Bad stuff happens, right?
Well, they made a film about it.
Multiplication.
Yeah.
Yep.
2 films.
All right, that is 4 Downs today, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
So yeah, again, locally owned and operated, 5 locations. The newest location there in Pell City. Anything you need bumper to bumper for you and your family, they can handle, from the brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
I'm not sure I'm saying the guy's last name right. Would you? This seems like a perfect NIL deal for this kid. He's a Division II wide receiver at Hillsdale College. 1,325 yards, receiving 13 touchdowns last year. And he's playing up now. He's leaving Hillsdale College to go to Arkansas. He made his commitment 2 days ago. His first name is Isaac. His last name, how would you say T-E-S-L-A-A?
T-E-S-L-A?
Yeah, T-E-S-L-A-A. I mean, it's got to be Tesla, right?
To slay.
Yeah.
I'm here to slay.
Well, I would drop one of those letters and try to get me a deal with Tesla.
Yeah, I would just go NIL with Isaac Tesla there at Arkansas as a wide receiver. Just found that was, I have not, of all the NIL names we've seen, like General Booty, I thought, well, that's what I can get into, the Isaac Tesla.
What if they cut to the sidelines? He's plugged in.
I got to recharge the Tesla. Oh, there will be a Joe Tessitore line.
Yeah.
Yeah. He is, he's electric today.
God.
He's spontaneously combusting.
2 touchdowns. No need to plug him in yet. He's still got plenty of juice, Greg.
Yeah.
Yeah, Joe. I don't really
Joe.
get the joke.
All right. Final segment. When we come back, we'll set the table for what's happening tonight in basketball and the rest of everything you need to know next on TNR.
Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. And if you're like me, you probably added an inch or 2 to your waistline over the holidays. If Santa didn't put new shoes under your tree, it's time to treat yourself so you can walk or run those extra pounds off. Make your New Year's resolution to get out and exercise. At the New Balance Birmingham store, get the perfect fitting shoe to motivate you. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
King Real Estate School can prepare you for a new career, and they've got a new class starting January 23rd. It's taught by a working broker who teaches from real-world experience. King Real Estate School even includes exam prep for the Alabama pre-license exam. The full 10-week course is only $399, and discounts are available for military, first responders, and teachers. Visit kingrealestateschool.com to learn more or to sign up for the January 16th kickoff. That's kingrealestateschool.com. King Real Estate School license number 154952. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Cowan Equipment poll questions every day. Wrapping up the show today, Brown's going to update us on 2 or 3 of them here, brought to you by our friends at Cowan Equipment.
Yeah, Cowan Equipment with us here on the Next Round from day one, and they would love to partner with your venture for your heavy equipment needs. Visit us. Go to Cowan.com to find out more about how we can be your heavy equipment solution from rental and new equipment sales to superior service and parts. Again, for more information, Cowan.com.
More likely to happen, 2 SEC teams in next year's college football playoff or no Georgia in next year's college football playoffs. 87% said it is more likely you have 2 SEC teams than no Georgia. I mean, that is a heavy percentage saying we can't even consider Georgia not being in there.
Yeah, I would agree with that, though.
I think that's how I would have voted as well.
Yeah.
Is it old school that Lance Taylor still writes checks? 69% say yes, it is old school that Lance writes checks. 31% say no. So 31% are with you.
Okay, good.
They're still good with the paper check. Now, if you want to write me one, I'll gladly take it. Don't get me wrong. No. The national championship was a best-of-3 series. What would the game 2 line be? 51% said Georgia favored 30. 36% said Georgia favored 20. And 13% said Georgia favored 40 or more. Those are your polls.
Those are your non-gamblers.
Brought to you by our friends at Cowan. The Bleacher Report trying to pair some open jobs. If you're wondering who can replace Cliff Kingsbury in Arizona, they suggest a guy named Jonathan Gannon, who is actually the OC, the offensive coordinator with the Philadelphia Eagles. So take what Sirianni is doing. Yep. Sirianni calls plays, I believe.
Yeah.
And Gannon takes that format and tries to do it sort of like McVay did for a while. It would be Sirianni's tree spreading
So
out.
I guess what they're saying is, look what Nick Sirianni has gotten out of Jalen Hurts. He's got a skill set that is somewhat comparable to Kyler Murray. Can we recreate that in the desert?
Yeah, and you're right about McVay. I mean, Matt LaFleur to the Packers as head coach, Kevin O'Connell to the Vikings as head coach.
Yeah, and we didn't mention O'Connell, and though we all think that they are going to lose, maybe even this weekend in the playoffs, still to win 13 games. He's done a heck of a job there.
Done
in
a really
Minnesota.
good job. And again, without an elite quarterback.
Where did the guy who's with the Bengals and his name sleeps?
Zach Taylor?
Yeah, where did he come
He's
from?
another McVay guy. Yeah.
I mean, he's so impressive to me.
Yeah, well, you say that, but he's a guy that caught a lot of criticism both last year and even early this year before it clicked for them. He has not been without criticism, Zach Taylor. It's so weird because...
But the end result's been good.
Yeah, the end result has been very good.
Carolina Panthers, they expect Steve Wilkes to be the guy there. Just let him hold on to the job. They think Sean Payton ends up with the Denver Broncos.
So I read that he's going to be the first in-person interview that Payton will interview with the Denver Broncos. If I'm Sean Payton, I can't imagine that I gave up what I gave up and I'm going to go to that situation. It's a historically great franchise, don't get me wrong.
But I would say this about it. Look, it's a tough division. The defense is really good, and you've got some playmakers. Jerry Jeudy was playing incredible down the stretch. And if you're Sean Payton, can you get – Russell Wilson, by the way, this past weekend was throwing good deep balls. At one particular time, he was the best deep ball thrower in all of the NFL. Sean Payton was able to get – the Saints to an NFC Championship game when Drew Brees had lost his arm strength.
Yeah, they had to bring in Jameis Winston to throw the deep balls, right?
Yeah.
So if you believe that you can get a couple of years out of Russell Wilson, maybe it's worth it.
They do think eventually when the playoffs are over, DeMeco Ryans will take the Texans job. He played there and is one of the hot analysts and coordinators in the league right now.
They've interviewed Rockstar's offensive coordinator today, according to Adam Schefter. So Ben Johnson, the Lions offensive coordinator, which that was a dynamic offense this year. I mean, we take shots at the Lions. Offense was certainly not their problem. That offense almost got them into the playoffs.
And then the last one, they do project at Bleacher Report that Jim Harbaugh will be the Indianapolis Colts' next head coach.
Wow.
And that Jim Irsay needs to go what he used to do and step away and let football people run the organization.
Yeah, you know what? Guys with a lot of money generally don't think that way.
Yeah.
And
they said he did, though, when Polian and
guys he really trusted, Tony Dungy.
And Tony Dungy were there, that he needs to go back to that plan.
Yeah, heavy-handed owner. I've got a heavy-handed owner. I don't know if you consider the Glazers that way.
No. I mean, oftentimes they're in Europe.
They're not even at the games.
Yeah.
Right.
European soccer.
Same with Stan Kroenke.
Yeah,
I
had far rather not have a heavy-handed owner. Give me your money. Let the football people be football people. You write the checks.
Tough loss for UAB. Big win for Alabama last night as they are now 4-0 in the SEC. They did it 2 years ago in 2021, or I guess was that last year when they did it. Anyway, they did it in 2021. Always in basketball, when you play in 2 years, it's always hard to figure it out. A time before that, they did it in 4-0, was in 1987. So it doesn't happen a lot to be off to that 4-0 start. But they got some tough games out there ahead of them. LSU this weekend. Auburn gets Mississippi State back at Neville this weekend. Our conversation with Bruce Pearl is currently up on all of our platforms. So, too, is our Mystery Fifth Hour, which is coming out. This week's Mystery Fifth Hour, is it today, Forrester, that's dropping?
Well, dropped right after yesterday's show.
Okay, so Mystery Fifth Hour is out yesterday, and Bama and Bourbon with Aaron Suttles is out as well. So of all the things we have out right now, the one thing I obviously don't have my alert set for, Mystery Fifth Hour. Didn't have that set there. You can get all that on all of our platforms. We're back with you at 9 a.m. Central Time on a Friday edition of the show. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.